Good morning. 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time, November the 4th, 2025. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. I stream every trading day from now at 8 o'clock in the morning through the cash close at 1500 every day. All the usual disclaimers apply. It's not for financial or trade advice because I'm not licensed to do any of those things, provide those services. And I am, again, this is my virtual journal. I believe that journaling, my virtual trading journal, I should say. I believe that journaling is very important to our process as traders. And there we go. Looks like the stream is trickling along, so that's great. I believe it's really important, and I don't multitask all that well, so I came up with this concept here. It's everything I'm watching on my screens is captured on the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking. And I can watch the market and trade and not be distracted at all, except for Panda, who's rubbing on my legs. Hey, Panda. Cat hears me start talking and figures it's her cue to come beg for snacks. What? Yeah. I'm not funded in any way here. So likes and subs are great. I appreciate it, and really good to have something dropped into the chat. What, Panda? Jesus. It's a crisis. A snack bowl must be empty, I guess. We're looking to open in a huge gap down, about 40 handles, taking out a bunch of the previous level. Stand by one. Sorry about that. I guess she was having a 4-alarm snack attack there. Yeah, so we are, as I was saying, I'm not funded in any way or monetized. Those likes and subs are great. The idea is that it's my virtual journal, and I think it's really important to keep focused on trading, and this allows me to do that. So let's zoom on to the numbers here. We do have the JOLTS report coming out at 9 o'clock right here. That's, independent of the, let's hope it's independent of the government shutdown. Of course, this Friday would be the non-farm payroll, which you'll notice is not scheduled. Michigan is, of course, scheduled, but non-farm is not. So this will be the second month in a row. They should be so proud of themselves. By the way, this is investing.com. It's my typical, I prefer this calendar or docket for screen snapping and posting in Discord or wherever. And it's completely free. You can filter it however you want. I also use Financial Juice, which has a similar calendar here. Ironically, you notice that JOLTS isn't here anywhere. So maybe they think it's not going to happen. That's a possibility, I guess. Huh. And then it has more of a, it's also free, I might add. And there's a free version, obviously, by this big ad that continuously is in your face. You can purchase it if you want to. And then there is a delayed squawk box effect over here. So that's where that's at. And here we are. Here is yesterday's low, close, and the overnight market. Perhaps best understood here. We have yesterday's trade, and this little white nub down here, which is right down here, is current price. We've come through this gap almost, and you know, they're not, they're expressing dissatisfaction with the state of the market, I guess. This is the market profile, pretty obviously classical long liquidation, B-shaped profile. This is the ES. As you may or may not know, I am currently trading a live funded account, brokerage account, and so I'll be trading the micro to make sure everything's working properly. So I plot the exact same setup with the micros as I do with the minis. It's no different other than the contract size. And, you know, there can be some differences. Pretty low volume. Well, I don't know. Low volume, maybe. Let's check the volume so far. What do you think? High or low? Ooh, low, looks to be like. And our average true range is way down here. This is the micros. So we have the JOLTS number maybe not out at 9. And then who knows what will happen with who knows what will happen with the rest of it. So I would suggest, just looking at this, my prognosis here, and you should trade what you see, not what you think, but you need to anticipate something. So stop and think about it. If you were short all night, inventory is 100% short and then some. If you were short all this way and in profit, what would you do? I would look for some responsive buying to take profit around the open. And then after that, we'll be in gap rules. So we'll move on. I will move on to approaching the market from that point of view. Now, this is the ES, NQ, and the micro composite chart, which is my higher time frame. It's an RTH session only. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. And these are daily candlesticks. Didn't overlap here, no volume profile. Overlapped up here, volume profile. It's real simple. I try to keep everything as straightforward, common sense, as simple as possible here. The volume profile in the micro composite generates a high and low volume nodes, which push automatically to Bookmap, as do the session prices. Bookmap, the trading execution platform. Here. This is the book or the dome or the price ladder, or whatever name you like. These are the session prices. These are the prices, and these are the liquidities at each level, the resting orders. This is the micro composite column where I enter manually these various levels. You see the high and the low and the gap high and all these kind of things. Naked volume points of control and their date, MCVPOC, you know. And this is these are the high and low volume nodes which push automatically from Bookmap. Now, this one is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through today until 1600. Full session or Globex, not the ETH. This is the RTH volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30. Let's hope, fingers crossed. And this is a notes column, which is pretty important for me. The first thing I do in the morning here is, in the pre-market, is anticipate what I expect the open type to be. Well, there shouldn't be any question in your mind. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to yesterday's close? Which I think is probably right there. Yep. Lower. How would it compare to yesterday's range? Well, there's previous RTH low, out of range. So what is this? The title of this column then, and of our open type, will be, unless something miraculous happens here in the next few minutes, will be lower out of range. Okay, now we've established the open type, and that we will use that to determine our statistics for the associated price levels, which are right here, pushed from IRT. Next thing I do over here, and you'll see the statistics that were put in there from yesterday. Let's clear that column and kind of relieve the clutter. There we go. These are the price levels and the heat map. There's nothing mysterious. You'll notice there's no indicators on my book map or IRT. Only data, points, price action, and statistics. That's it. There is a POC for the full session and a POC for the RTH session and the full session. Full session's a little more muted yellow. POC is nothing complicated. It simply marks the price the current price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So 68.1275, we've traded 5,014 contracts. The minute any one of these prices is 5,015 contracts, this yellow line is going to move there, because the line just plots the price historically, continuously. It's about the price. Same for the RTH POC. We have a VWAP for RTH, VWAP for Globex, a mid for the RTH, and a couple of lines that can sometimes confuse people. Stand by. Are the initial balance low and the initial balance high, which is lurking up here under the previous high, because we set that within the first 1 hour and never came back. But I know it's there, and there's the label over here. It's the green line. IB, high and low, are old market profile acronym for initial balance. What they really represent are the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. Nothing more, nothing less. So it's all simple. It's all data. It's all statistics, probability. There's no guessing. There's no anything else. And this blue line right here is really a highly proprietary indicator. It is a vertical line. And I slap one of that on at the opening print of each session. My methodology here is that I keep the entire session in view until I'm anticipating interacting with the market or trading. Then I can zoom in all I want, but I want to be able to make sure I understand the scope of the context and the direction. Now notice these are 5-point increments here. That's a hell of a lot, eh? It's about 40 handle gap down. So, having said that, let's look at the statistics, and they come from, I'm on the wrong, there we go. I'm doing this on the micros because that's what I'm trading, okay? These are this is the session or the statistic study in IRT set to the micros, and it is real simple. There's only 4 open types. There's a gap up. Oh, what a coincidence. I mean, there's a gap down. Let me start over. Gap up, Notice that IRT conveniently highlights the proper open type. Why is this blue? Because we opened gap up yesterday. We have not opened a new RTH session until this upcoming at the bottom of this hour. This will then highlight over here, lower outer range. So we've determined we're going to open lower outer range, and the way the study works is simple. It looks back at 1,600 days. I got to get this to 2,000 like it is for my ETA. Sorry about that. So what, 1,600, 2,000 trading days. Of these days, we open lower out of range 234 of them. Of the days where we open lower out of range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 73.9% of the time. Jump back here to book map, overnight volume point of control. And there we go, 73.9. And that right there is just as complicated as it gets. These are not hard, fast lines in the sand. These are the probabilities. This price was revisited in the RTH session, so we can expect that to be close in the upcoming RTH session. It was revisited 73% of the time. Where we opened lower out of range, gap down. Okay, and then just go down the list. Overnight low, 70.5. Overnight low, 70.5. Okay. What's the next one here? IB high. Ooh, 68.8. Now, the IB high is way up here, huh? That doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense, but by golly, it's there. 68.8% of the time. That's pretty amazing. I didn't realize that. 68.8. And now, one of the things I got to do is put that in right there. Why? Because the minute the RTH session opens, the IB high and the IB low will immediately go to the high and the low of the current auction. So this will not be here anymore. And I'm going to wonder what the hell happened at 68.8%, right? At that price level. Now, just so you know I'm not BSing you, there we are. Here's the study. Lower in out of range, and there's the IB high right there. Next is the overnight mid, which is 67.5. And that's right there. 67.5. Previous low, 66.2. Where'd you go? Previous close, that's always a goodie. Well, previous value area low, that's a good one to talk about. It's 42.3, and that is right here. Now, what's the difference between the value area higher low and the developing value area higher low? Well, good question. The developing denotes the current auction. The value area high and low are for the previous auction. Previous close is 41.5, and if I'm not mistaken, that's right there, and I'm not. Okay. Those are that's a good pile of statistics there for us for the moment. And I've also put in yesterday the gap high because that is where we closed. That was the low of yesterday. Now the next thing I do here pretty quick is I need to change this to here. What am I doing? I do the TLab snap. And you ask, what is the TLab? Okay, it is. It is the, see why I don't multitask and why I do the stream? The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab, and it is completely free. First of all, it's obviously sponsored by Bookmap. It was started by a guy named Tom B. And this is the snap. I do 2 snaps in there every day. I put the reports in about 6 in the morning, and I do this one at about 8:20. This is just to give the folks in there that do not have a similar charting to mine that I'm fortunate enough to have, all the numbers they might possibly want to use, and be confused with. There you go. Several days back, full session. Here's all the numbers you can imagine. There you go. That's the TLab snap, okay? Now, just a second, I'll tell you more about the TLab. It is as I said, it was started by Tom B. He is a self-reported professional trader with 46 plus years of experience. Not professional, but, real trader. He was a professional money manager and things early on, according to him. And I put that provision in because in reality, I don't know. I believe him, but I don't know that. And I'm sure you're never going to see him post his account, verified audits. I also am positive you're never going to see a wrapped Lambo or a gold chain, in the TLab. It is a Bookmap Discord room. He doesn't trade live, and he doesn't call trades. But there's a good crew of people in there, and I believe that Tom is the what he says he is. I was in there and around there long enough that I believe that. There's also a bunch of other good people in there, which kind of confirms that, and therefore, I am happy to give him a shout out and do these participation. I used to participate a lot in there and snap and chat and do all kinds of things. And I started doing this at basically his suggestion to the group to narrate the market, stay focused on the market. So that's what I have done, and that's the purpose of this stream. There you go. And by the way, one of the key things about the TLab that is, I think, really important to know, you're never going to be solicited for anything. So, and I don't make that recommendation for any place else, any of the other Bookmap sites or anywhere, because you know what internet gurus are like, right? So there you go. Now, back to hold on one second. Okay, having said all of that, let's, and probably having forgotten something, let's zoom over to Bookmap. As I said, the DOME session prices went all through this. We have the statistics here now. And what do you think? Wouldn't it be pretty handy if we could actually trade? All right. The way you trade with Bookmap is you have to activate the trade control panel with this little button right up here. And this is the micro. So there you go. And you first determine how you will interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with a mouse is this active data column. Notice how the mouse pointer turns to a dollar sign from a big arrow. That should be a heads up. And this little line that you may or may not be able to see very well on the stream. By the way, I stream 1440p high def. So if you're not seeing that crystal clear, video, click the gear button for YouTube and select that high def 1440p. If you choose the dome button or the dome selection, then you can only trade with the dome columns. And if you choose both, I'm sure you can figure out what that means. You trade with both of them. Now, I use multi-brackets. It's set up for micros. This is the basic two-lot risk neutral. This is where the risk neutral trade management is applied mechanically. This is the smallest package size you can have is a two-lot because you need an even number of contracts, and you'll understand why in a second. This is the package size then is a two-lot. The next thing you need to determine for yourself away from the live market when you're, unadrenaline, you're not doing whatever, you're not all hyped up, your stop loss for the entire package. And you determine the first criteria that I recommend is what is your risk tolerance and parameters for your account. Okay? Now, I'm currently testing first trades out of the box live in this brokerage account with AMP. And I'm trading the minimum. I want to put on the minimum amount of risk that I can, and then I can scale up to about 1%, which would be about 4 contracts. I've only funded this account with $5,000. I'm completely transparent here. Okay, so 1% of $5,000 is about $60, 50, right? So I could go basically a two-lot, and that's not even 1%. A two-lot is not even 1% risk. So there you go. After you've established these two, the first risk neutral trade, take profit is already a foregone conclusion because it is for half of the package. Remember I said it needs to be an even number of contracts. And the stop size or the target size for the T1 is the same as the stop size is negative. Then you have a runner for your profit target. Now you can do 4 lots. You can do 4 lots high volatility. Any way you cook it up that makes sense to you and to your account, your risk tolerance, your psychological footing, whatever. And now you close that. So we've decided that. And I'll point out one more thing. You see these trade metrics right here. They are duplicated up here. I don't need any more of the tools in the trade manager or the trade control panel. So I can confirm the contract's correct. It's the right package. I can click the button again and it will remain green. The padlock will remain open because we've selected a way to trade. And now I get my real estate back on the screen and I have a cancel and close all. So everything's set for me to go. One thing I'll point out, another thing about trade execution that I will say about Bookmap, 2 things. If you're using the mouse and you have the chart control panel, the chart selection enabled or both, be really careful. Anywhere you click over here, whether you meant to or not, you'll either have an order or a trade on, whether you meant to, and that's the voice of experience talking, you can probably imagine. And another thing is you can always trade with hotkeys in your keyboard if you enable them and set them up. When you have but you still have to have activated and selected some method to trade with the trade control panel. The thing about the keyboard is you have to have the focus of the computer must be on the app here. Okay, we're going to open here in about 15 or 30 seconds. Let's see if this damn thing resets on as scheduled. I don't know what else to do about it if it doesn't, but you know, I'm not going to reconfigure my clock at this point. Okay, let's see what happens here. Well, there's 8:30 and the son of a bitch didn't reset. That's pretty frustrating. Pretty darn frustrating. I have it set to reset now, but let's go like that. There we go. Okay, here comes the POC. The IBs, remember, these levels are pushed from IRT, so that's about a 30-second. But here we go for the current RTH session. We opened much lower, much lower out of range. So we're in a gap down. Gap rules are going to apply. And first thing I'm going to do now is start plopping in my migrating VPOC flags just because that's a habit. And I'm also going to change the IRT charting from full session to the day session only. There's our gap. And why do I do this? Because I want to keep, you remember I told you I described the value area high, value area low, as opposed to the developing value area high and low? Well, once we open the RTH, I want to have the value area high and low represent yesterday's RTH session. So I need to change this to the full session, or to the RTH session only. So my RTH session from Friday or from yesterday will be representative value area high, value area low. There you go. Hope that's clear. Or whatever I'm talking about over here. Here we go. Here we are. Hope that helps. What else am I doing now? Oh, yes, I've got to go over here and do this. Now, I push these levels, and I'm happy to share them, the session prices, with anybody. I push them and share them freely with a whole lot of people. TLab, Statistic, whatever. And I'm happy to do that. You see our gap down here? Yeah, hello. Okay, just let me know in the chat, thumbs up, subscribe, let me know in the chat, and I'll hook you up with that level. I push them live from Sunday night at 1700 through 1600 on Friday. Okay, I think we're getting there now, boys and girls. I want to make sure I'm actually doing something and not just talking here. Make sure everything is set up. Looks like it is. By the way, you may have noticed, or not, or don't care, whatever else, that I don't change the market profile to the micros. I don't think I need to. It's just a straight yes, and that's pretty much what we're getting. So what is this? Well, that's a gap down, isn't it, boys and girls? And let's do something over here. Let's put our new and improved, highly top secret proprietary indicator here. Blue boy. Why is it? Now that is, I mentioned that I put this migrating POC flags, okay? And I used to do that religiously and only have a 5-minute scale here, which is what this is right now, on the timeline. And so after the day progressed for a while, this IB high, the POC would scroll off to the left. And I had these flags to keep myself oriented as to the session. My goal, just incidentally, is I want to see all the data that I think is important to trade here on the hard right edge. So scrolling in and out was inconvenient. What I do now is I put Blue Boy on the job, and this is nothing but a visual cue for me. If I glance left and don't see Blue Boy, I know that I need to squeeze the thing together, because my goal is to keep the entire session in view all day, the entire session, until I'm anticipating interacting with the market when I can zoom in. So we are at 35 minutes and 12 seconds. Let's go with 36 over here. Now, gap rules. We are in gap rules. And what do the gap rules say? I don't know where the best place to show you this is. Probably over here. Gap rules. Yesterday's RTH. Here we are today. What did the gap rules say? Old market profile stuff again. If we close the gap relatively early in the session and are accepted in previous RTH session, most especially if we're accepted in previous RTH value, there's a very high probability in the high 90s we'll trade across that value area. If we don't close the gap relatively early in the session, it's, like this is a duh moment, right? It's very likely we're going to gap and go and continue to trade in the direction of the gap. Well, that was tough to figure out, wasn't it? Those are the gap rules, and let's see what happens. Now, where are we else? Okay. Here we go. Here we are. Here's our gap. Now, we've already gapped across this closure here. It was actually technically closed. This one technically closed this gap. If you look at range, they are the high here. Look at the info box. Oh yeah, look at the info box. When I put over the high is 68.4175. The low is 68.43. It didn't close it. It's about 2 handles from closing. You see this? 63. Yeah, and this is 43, and this is 41. So it didn't quite, two points did not close the gap. We did, however, gap clear across it and into this gap. Pretty crazy. So there we are. And here you can see that perhaps better in market profile. Here's that low, and here's the high. And here we are now, right in the middle of this gap. And, as I said, this is the MES. This is the ES, not the micro. Same 6 of one, half and a dozen of the other to me. We've got a little bit of a lag going on there just because I'm clicking around too much. Short across the board, 1% change negative on the ES, and the micros are basically the same. Okay, so this is the live account. I can trade it. I'm on the micros. I've got my risk neutral 2-lot package set up, and I really hope I get a signal here. I did not get any signal yesterday. I would really hope that happens today, because I'm dying to do a trade and confirm that everything's working, which is, there's a point in time when you can test and demo and paper trade till you're, till the cows come home, but you got to just step up at one point, and that's where I am. I've done all of those things, and I'm confident, as well as I can be, that this will function properly. I had a big problem with IRT last week. It was doing crazy crap. It was entering. I would enter a long 2 lots, right? Because it's the 2-lot package. I'd go long on Bookmap, and IRT would register too short. Then when Bookmap and the correct market would take out the risk neutral scale, for example, IRT would add another short. Then when it would get to the second profit target, it would add a third short, or a fourth. So I would be 0 closed out, full winners, both profit targets on Bookmap, and correctly so with Rhythmic, and IRT would be showing 4 short. Not something that you want to have happen and be pushed. I mean, I guess I don't care what IRT is thinking in the back, really, but I certainly don't want the probability of those orders being pushed in any way, shape, or form to the live account. What I determined about that is from, there's a lot of information available in the IRT or the investor, not IRT, the investor.com or investor RT website, and including an article about this very thing from Bill Lind when somebody had asked the same question as me, how in the hell do you completely shut IRT off from trading? And Bill said that if you put this quote page, which is called trading list, it has to have a symbol. This quote page has to have a symbol in it in order for IRT to trade. If it does not, IRT will not take any trade, no matter what account you have selected. I have still selected the simulated account, which is internal to IRT. I figure that's one more layer of safety for me. Welcome to the stream. And yeah, I don't know how this IRT thing is working, but let's throw a chat over there and see if that's going on. Looks like there's 4 or 5 people in here, but then I don't see something else, so I don't know. Well, that was pretty quick. Looks like about a 5-second delay on the stream, so that's great. Do not the usual crap, Don't try to follow my trades, and I don't really care if you do. If you think what I'm doing is correct and it makes sense to you, good. That's the point of me streaming. The point of me streaming this is my virtual journal. The point of me sharing this is twofold: complete transparency and accountability, and I hope I can help somebody, either by example of what to do, or, oh my God, I never want to do what that idiot's up to, that kind of thing. However, there is a built-in delay or lag in YouTube. Nothing I can do about that I know of. So if I enter along, for example, you might be late to the party if you tried to exactly copy my trades. The theory is, after you around the stream a while, you understand what I'm thinking, and if it makes sense to you, you will adapt that for yourself. That's how I envision this all. And there you go. So now let's see what we're doing over here. Well, surprise, surprise. What did we do? Well, we took out the overnight volume point of control, didn't we? Here's our IB high. Here's our IB low. We've gone up through here, so this is going to get up here in a little bit. What's next? Well, we've got the mid above us. We got the previous low above us. This would be closing that gap right here. Now, let me say that I function on the principle that the gap is previous low, not close, low, to current open. So this is how I do this. You'll see this whole story at the same time. And this is the gap low. What is the day? 041125. Jesus. It's amazing. So there's the gap low. That's the open. There's the previous RTH low, which I consider the gap high. What is that? Well, that's 68.50 and 68.10. So that's a 40 handle gap, the way I look at it. And something there. And you are free to do, remember, this is not my way or the highway. This is me sharing what I think and what I do for my trading. This is my virtual trading journal. And hopefully it's helpful to someone, or entertaining, or whatever, I guess obviously it must be one or the other, or people wouldn't come subscribe and come to the channel, I guess. I don't know, you know, or they're gluttons for punishment, or I don't know. S&M, baby. Now you see how Blue Boy's at work over here. So I can get all zoomed up here and see what we're doing. I don't need to do that. And I also try to always have this price level, if I can get it there. No, I'm going the wrong way. Sorry, that always drives me. I wish there was just a button I can click, because I have a hard time getting this figured out. There we go. 1 point high, meaning that within each of these increments is 4 ticks. And Blue Boy on duty. Now I know exactly what the market is doing. The reason for the price scale at 1 point high for me personally, it gives me a consistent sense of scale. Is this move, oh my God, that's huge. Well, that's really 15 handles or, 12 handles. It's a good substantial move, but it's not huge exactly. Let me point out something else here. You notice how the line indicator for the IB high is here and the flag is still here? That's not, now it just moved as I am speaking. That's not a bug. It's known behavior. Both the data for both the line or this indicator and the flags, session prices, are pushed simultaneously from my IRT to Bookmap. However, I'm only able to set the smallest refresh increment I can set on the cloud note column is 1 minute. And the boys and girls who coded up this indicator, which you buy from Bookmap, by the way, obviously coded it for more frequent updates. Nothing I can do. I don't care. Doesn't matter. I know perfectly well what it is, but I don't want somebody to be going, hey, this doesn't. I don't want confusion, I want to be as open and transparent about everything, because it's my journal, right? Who would I be trying to BS? Me? Think about it. It'd be as dumb as me walking in the mirror and going, oh, damn, you're looking young today, boy. Maybe not. Well, remember that the more muted yellow POC is full session. Right there, 64, 68. The second one of these is more than that. This is going to move again. And this is the RTH session. They're denoted by the flag. Now, the POC, I mean, the overnight, I don't have a full session POC session price here. It's just done with the POC. This is the overnight, which is a statistic, and that's doesn't change. Obviously, the RTH VPOC, and one of these days I'll finally wean myself from throwing these VPOC flags on here. Otherwise, I don't know whether it really matters or not, to be honest with you. Other than just OCD. It's a beautiful thing. So, what are we doing? Well, we're trading towards the gap close. That's a hell of a long road, though. That's 40 handles. We certainly move more than that frequently, but, there you go. All right, let's do something. I don't know what. Tap dance, maybe? I don't know. Let me just say something here that's important to say, I think. And where are we? 50, okay. I'm sorry about this having to do the timestamps manually. That's annoying, I know, but I explained it 1,000 times that OBS broke the plugin that I used, and the guy hasn't fixed it yet. So, let me say something about the news, the reports, etc. As I suppose you know, I use investing.com for reports and earnings. We have AMD out. And I use Financial Juice. Now, Financial Juice, interestingly enough, you notice that Financial Juice is not forecasting jolts, which would be in 10 minutes. Let's see if that happens. Okay, right there. I don't know whether it will or not, but let's check. Let me say something that I have no political intent about this stream or my comments or anything else. I mean, I may make some jokes about like Richard came up with a great, Agent Orange for Trump. That is pretty funny. Especially if you're old enough to know what Agent Orange is. But I make no political comment intended or implied. However, it's really important to understand that we are living and trading in a time now of unidentified supercritical risk, typically political or informational risk. If you've been trading long enough, you'll know that, or if you're a project manager or anybody else, the first thing you need to do if you have a business or a project or whatever it is after you've assigned the resources and have the timeline, you identify any risk that may impact negatively your project or your trades, your business. For example, that's why I go over the reports in the news every day. That's why I'm talking about jolts. This was scheduled a year ago, probably, or more, that at 9 o'clock today, we would have this report. Everybody that's a trader that ought to know that the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning, we have non-farm payroll. That is a risk. We know it. We anticipate it. It's scheduled well in advance. You can make a mitigation plan for that risk. When we have some random crap that can drop out of the sky at any point that we don't know about, that is a critical, unidentified risk. And if you don't think that's a reality, I would like to point out to you right here. That's 220, where are we? 200, this is the micros. Okay, so it's 220. It's the same thing on the minis. It was 227 on the minis. It's 229 on the micros. This is a tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning out of freaking no place and unsubstantiated, no evidence, no corroborating backup from any other news sources. And turns out it was just all a tantrum, I guess. None of the stuff that was said in the tweet happened or was done, but this is the effect on the market. Now, that could have ruined your whole freaking day if you did not have bracket orders with stops, targets, and everything, in place. So my suggestion then is, and the way I approach this is I understand that is a super critical. That tweet was from Trump, by the way, of course, on his own little social media thing. Wasn't a press conference, wasn't anything else. So that's the point. It's not political. It's the fact that is a huge critical risk potential that we don't know anything about and can come just fall out of the sky. So I recommend in my methodology is that I want to minimize my exposing my account to risk in the market. I definitely want to have full set of brackets in. It's a live funded brokerage account. I've confirmed that stops and targets are server side. It's the best you can do, in my opinion. So there's that. And what do we get? Well, we're making ground, huh? Look at there. We are definitely making some ground. Now we approach 9 o'clock here. Got about 5 minutes. I'm real curious to see if jolts happened or not. It's interesting to watch these two news sources and they're reporting around this, ridiculousness back in this truancy in Washington. Boy, I tell you, if they want to know who some people to fire and save money, I got a suggestion for them. They just walk over to the Capitol and, mosey into the House and just start canning them. And who, incidentally, in the face of all this, are getting paid regular as clockwork and are getting all their benefits, of course. Here's a statistic for you that shocks the hell out of me. Guess how many working days the United States government House of Representatives has had since the 1st of July. Boom, 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 ticking clock. 20. That collection of screaming idiots back there, all of which I think the pay now for representatives is like $250,000 a year, and they get a pension for the rest of their life and free health care and everything else. I mean, it's staggering. From being elected only one time, like Boebert, if she gets bumped out, or I suppose that goofy Santos guy who got kicked out of Congress and went to prison, he's probably getting the pension too, because they don't want to jeopardize themselves, right? So they don't ever change any of that. That'd be interesting to look into. But anyhow, the point is, we have a mess going on, and it's, in my opinion, it's because we have a bunch of irresponsible people. This Mike Johnson fella refuses to swear in elected representatives. How the hell can that happen? Oh, I'm not going to do it. No, I won't do it. How the hell can that happen? I'm shocked. Crazy. And here we are. We've got that overnight mid, baby. There's that statistic is down. This one's down. That's 2, huh? Where are we going next? Who knows? We're going to close the gap. Blue boys on duty. IB low, IB high. Now we know that the IB high is going to continue to chug up with price, because it's not the first 1 hour of the RTH session. That's how it works. I'm so excited. I hate, sound like a little kid here, but I'm excited to trade. I want to see how this all works. And I've got now, as with anything you do, this is real and it's money, my money. So you better make sure you've got backups and alternate plans and this and that. I certainly have done so. I know exactly how to get to Rhythmic and cancel any trades and close all and do all that kind of stuff, assuming that IRT start, being a trader. I don't think it's going to happen, but, And I guess I could show you this. Bookmap has some pretty. This is statistics thing, and for book. Oh, that's the wrong one. This is the ES MES. I need to open the one up here for the MES, but you get the point. This is active. would show orders or any in all these stats for the active ones, and these are for closed orders. This is all of the stuff, including MFE and MAE and all those kind of things. And I'm glad I did that because I just realized that I do not have that for the micros. Now, why not, and how the hell do I do it? There we go. Okay, now you see. Thank you, Mr. Thank you. This is what I was just showing you. What I've done is jammed this down like this. Because at the end of the day or after I've made a trade, I want to add this view in the screen snap for my journal on Statistic and just my records, right? Going on over here. Oh, here we go. We got all this shit. Wow. Now, why is that looking so much bigger there? Typically, it doesn't do that. I'm not sure what the hell it's up to, frankly. Notice that this one, I guess it might be the same. That's pretty weird because I have always done this and I've always been able to have these smaller. Something's happened with the, something has happened with the text size. Maybe I've got the browser or the zoom up too much or something. I didn't think I had any at all, but you get the point. Okay, so now we'll get rid of that. We'll close this back down. And I'm just making a point that there's a lot of ways to make sure you know where the hell you are in or out of a trade. And that's something that's pretty damn important to know. Should be all up here, obviously, but you can't have too many confirmations. Look at there. We're going to close this freaking gap. Sure as the world. Good boy, Zen girls. Now, the hell am I? What am I doing here? Okay. Here's today, huh? There was the gap. There's the open. There was the low, which I consider the gap. But we're trading up to within spitting distance of the close of day before yesterday or Friday. Here. Trading, the previous trading session. Whatever that means. You see here? It's actually pretty easy to visualize with the market profile. Okay, now I gotta. My golly, look at us go. Now, let's look at something that's interesting here, statistics wise. This is the ES still because of I use it for the TLab post, so don't be confused. But the statistic study is for the micros. Okay, here's our lower out of range. So how would we determine the probability of closing the gap? Well, how do I determine the gap? I figure it's the open to the previous low or high in this case, or high in the other case. So what would I want to see? I would want to see the statistic for the previous low. So there's a 66% probability that we're going to close the gap, my gap. Do it any way you want. Some people use the close, some people use value. Yeah, I don't know. Let's look at them. Well, there's a 41% probability that we'll get the value. I mean, the close. There is a 66% probability that we'll close my gap, which is the low. Value area low. How low did you go? The 42% will get the value area low. So there you are. Isn't it cute how statistics work? And I got to remember tonight, I don't ever change this stuff or my trade plan or anything during the trading session. I need to add more days here to get this up around 2,000 or more like I have for the ES. Okay, and we're at 9:07. So what does that mean? That means that we have got nothing to do trade-wise because I'm trading the initial balance trades. And what might you say are they? Well, there's two of those. The first most important thing is there's no initial balance trade until the initial balance statistic is set, and that doesn't happen until what? 9:30, when this ceases to move up, ceases to move down, the initial balance statistic is in play. Then there is no trade for me until the initial balance statistic has been achieved. So I can watch the market. I can think about what's going to happen. I can anticipate what might happen. I'm anticipating we're going to close the gap. That's pretty incredible. Huh? Got about 8 handles up there now. Cool. So that brings us to something. I don't know what. Use this stupid thing not updated properly. Come on, IRT. God, that's frustrating. I build my own trading computers, and this thing, which I built, I don't know, 3 years ago, I guess, at the time was cutting edge, rip snorting, the best. I hadn't traded with an Intel machine for a long time. I had traded with Ryzen 9s. But when I decided I would try the new i9, I don't know, it's just struggle. It seems like it struggles. I don't know whether it's the GPU or what, but it's i9 2900K, 12 core, 24 thread. I think and it was the maximum that was available then from Intel, and 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM. An Asus, Art something another motherboard. I don't know. I think the weak link is my GPU, but anyway. So now let's have a look over at the trigger charge. And a little explanation, perhaps. Well, first of all, the initial balance trades at 9:30. The initial balance will set. And there is am I doing this on time? I don't even know. Okay. Hold on, sorry. This stupid thing here. Boy, that chapter marker, I can't get over how much I leaned on that thing. Anyway, the initial balance at 9:30, the initial balance statistic will become active. And what is that? Well, there's a greater than a 97.8% probability in all 97.4% probability in all 4 open types that the IB high or the IB low will be exceeded by price at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. Right there. There's the statistic. And so I've set up my back testing and everything, and this is a version of the chart I use for visual confirmation of my back test and my initial balance trading rules. These lines and levels and signals don't affect or trade in any way, but they give me visual reference, visual confirmation that something is happening when and where I meant for it to, or that I intended it to do. There's initial balance high, there's an initial balance low, there's a pullback zone, continuation zone, and the trigger. These lines are not plotting over here because it's not 9:30 yet. The minute it's 9:30, we will. And remember that this is yesterday's low, and here we are, today's high. Right there, previous RTH low. So when this price gets right there, we've closed the gap. We've achieved that 60% or whatever it is, 66%. So this is the trigger. Now, the way I'm trading this is I've done all the back testing, which we'll talk about at some point. And I will do again later in the day in depth, but suffice to say I have. And so I have the statistics. I've confirmed an expectancy, positive expectancy. And how am I going to do this? Well, once it's 9:30 and I start getting, and the lines will plot, and then we'll start getting signals which look like That's all. These are the only two signals we got yesterday, and those are triggers. There's no A rule. There's no B. Nothing. This is yesterday's entire RTH session on the micro. Nothing. So there was absolutely no trade for me. I just watched the whole day go by, and that was that. That is trading as I approach it from a disciplined and a business, trading as a business point of view, not as a video game or a whatever. Gambling, I guess it would be. I don't do that. So once they start plotting, I'll look for an A, and then a B, and then a trigger. And I will, without question or thought, or certainly without any discretion, enter that trade as triggered by the system in Bookmap. And there you go. Now I'm going to go fill up my green tea glass, put my pineapple back, and, that stuff. Day stuff. Human. Life, man. Life's what happens while you're making other plans. Close that gap, sure as hell. And Well, there we go. We're going to get right on up there now. And would you have any reason to wonder or any clue as to why? But I can tell you they're smacking the hell out of everybody that got short on the overnight. Huh? Now, this is an interesting situation. I will take the trade that's as it signals, but need to think about it. I have not paid a lot of attention to this specific gap idea. You know, and I'm thinking of how I would backtest that. I use the IRT backtest engine and trading system. You write up a trading system with the rules for it, and then use the backtest engine. Again, we have no initial balance statistic yet. We're liable to here pretty quick, the bottom of the hour. And then the statistic will be live, but we will not have achieved it yet. We may. Look at us here, you know. Excuse me. Okay. There's that gap close in a second. What's going to happen first, the gap close or the IB set? What do you think? I hope now, if it's not in my trade plan because I don't have a vetted trade for into this circumstance, but there are people who trade the gap close, right? And if you did that, what a pleasure. $97.95. That's pretty low. Termites in my office still. Okie dokie. Well, we got 1 minute here pretty quick. And they continue to migrate that VPOC up. Which is a setup a lot of people, some people use. I haven't been able to determine a good set of parameters to vet it with. If you look at just now, you know, boom, 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 it's great. I don't find that to be the case often. Couple of seconds here. Hey, Panda, don't start singing now. Dad's got to do something. 3 seconds. There we go. Okay, it's 9:30. The first 1 hour is complete. The IB high will no longer move up, nor will the IB low move down. The IB statistic is in play. And let me just say that it's real important here not to trade to the statistic. That's my experience. What do I mean by that? Well, it's past 9:30. The statistic is set. Now this is the IB high. Oh, we're above all the VWAPs and VPOCs and mids, and the POCs migrated higher. I'm going long. Well, good luck with that. And let's see how it plays out. It may well. I would suggest that the probability of it playing out is probably pretty good, because I think we're probably going to close this gap, and this, you know, the IB high is in the way. So do I imagine we're going to take that statistic out? Yep, I do. And you'll notice over here that we've started plotting, right? Pullbacks and continuations. And now something that's important to notice here is that this B is meaningless at this point. And I want to make really clear on this particular trigger chart that I don't, let me start over. I'm not going to make an effort to change the code for these signal markers on this chart, which are they're just a signal marker, to be sequential and hidden until it's a sequence, the sequential order is correct and all that stuff. I know very definitely that I need to have an A, then I need to have a B, and then I need to have a trigger. And this is my confirmation chart. I'm not going to waste a bunch of time. I actually spent quite a bit of time weekend before last to do just that and realized that it was futile. And so that's that. Now, let's get back to the important part. Remember when I said don't trade to the statistic? Well, if you did, you're stopped out, and then some. Yeah, I'm not a fortune teller or saying that I know what I'm talking about, but I've been standing here looking at this for a long time. And it's the voice of experience, right? I have a old trading journal, local journal, where I would upload my trading stuff every day and whatnot. I've also used Journalytics from Jigsaw and whatever. I've not ever been able to land on a good, reliable set of statistics or confirming, validating parameters for a VPOC migration trade. And I am damn sure that I have been stopped out way more than once anticipating the statistic. And remember, we took the statistic, and that's another thing I should probably say. My trading rules are more precise than the simple statistic. For example, if price trades up through here and takes out that IB high, the statistic will be satisfied according to that. It will not necessarily be an A signal on my trigger chart or in my system. I hope that's clear. Okay, here we are. What are we doing now? This is trading, boys and girls. Being patient and waiting. I'm anticipating a signal. I can zoom in if I think so. I'd say we're probably going to get the statistic here because everybody's so excited. And as I said earlier, the statistic, the initial balance statistic, is just in the way of the gap close, which probably takes precedent. I don't know. Likely going to get that now, but if you tried to anticipate that trade over here, you stopped out. Now it's going off without you, and you're one of those people who are really disappointed. Oh, they're always hunting my stops, and then it goes my way. How many thousand times have you read that? Well, maybe you ought to be patient. So looking at the signals now, here's an A and here's a trigger. There's a B and there's a trigger. They do satisfy those particular signals, but it's meaningless to me because they're out of sequence and there is no A ruled yet, which is A being the first one. Yeah, I'm not very imaginative, sorry. And there's a lot of people with now. Here starts to be another phenomenon. Picking the tops. Traders just, for some reason, retail. I guess the desire to be right, it boils back to our monkey mind and stuff, which I'll talk about later, I guess. But, you know, wanting to be right figures in with FOMO, all those trader psychology things. That's why so many traders try to pick tops and bottoms. There's a 66% chance we're going to take out this gap. There's a 94% probability, whatever it was, 95.4, we're going to get the IB high or low. There you go. That's statistics. Am I predicting something? Nope. Am I leaning on probabilities? Yep. Am I excited to put a trade on? You bet. Now, in anticipation of that, let's go forward here and do a quick checklist. Well, we got the trade control panels hot for both. I can trade in with the mouse and the chart and the dome. I confirm that I have my risk neutral 2-lot package queued up. I'm ready to rock here, boys and girls. Campers. Looking over here at Mr. Trigger. What do we have? Well, the IB high. So this is the continuation zone, and this is the pullback zone, and this is the trigger. You'll notice something that I forgot to mention probably. I have included these continuation and pullback zones for both the IB high and the IB low. I push those across the book map. I try to make myself, I try to, give myself every opportunity not to miss something. So there's the continuation zone, and here are the pullback zones. Continuation or pullback zone, continuation zone. And we've taken the IB statistic right there. So 95.7.4, whatever the hell it was, has been satisfied. Does that mean we have a statistic for the trade? No, and I'll tell you why. It's kind of frustrating because it's based on the way the rules are coded that I thought was applicable and the way I backtested it. The open needs to be below the IB. The previous bar needs to be, as this is, the low, the open below the IB, the close at or on the IB, and then the trigger. This would be the trigger or the signal bar. No signal, no A signal, because it's of that little open right on the initial balance. If it were one tick below that, this would be an A. It is not. Disappointing? Yeah. But that's the way the rules work. And so that's the way that's what I will follow. I will not change my rules during a live trading session. Do I need to now? I can't rationally or logically think about that until I backtested it. Fortunately, I have it set up where I can do what if stuff pretty easily now with the backtest system. Maybe I don't need to have it be the open and the close. Maybe I need to have the open lower than the close, the low below, for example, the low lower than the IB and the high higher than the IB or something, A lot of different what ifs there. But right now I have no signal, so no trade. And by the way, I have no problem being disciplined here. I don't have a signal, I don't take a trade. That's simple. Will this be an A? Nope. Why not? Because there is a sequence, which I mentioned. I mean, and if you think about it, I want the IB high, I want price to be going up into the IB high. I want it to be going down into the IB low. I don't want it to be coming from the top down to the IB high. And now I hope it doesn't make a liar out of me, but it won't. And so what would we need now in order to have an A signal? 2 more bars. Okay, they're assuming that this bar closes higher. That would be trading up to. This will not be an A signal because this previous leading bar doesn't qualify. It's, and yeah, you could change any of these things. This is where, this is in my opinion, this is where discretion kills so many traders. You'd be amazed the number of people that couldn't possibly sit there and watch this, sit here and watch this. Oh, I'm, they'd be trading it come hell or high water. And their trigger finger's itching, baby. Now, if we get the close above the IB high, this will be an A, should be an A, because the open is lower than the close. And I have to go check that rule myself to confirm about the high or low, but I think so. This has been going on a long time, so cut me some slack here. In case that's easier to see. What do we got? 44, 145. Okay. So this is a really good time to talk about the monkey mind. And that's your subconscious wiring. That's the DNA that whether you're an evolutionist or a creationist or a shit on a rock and the sun hatched us person, I think everybody agrees that the human species has been evolving, or, whatever you want to call it, for many, many thousand years. Fossil record. We have innate wiring, which is a function of selective adaptation, or, which means 1,000 years ago, my relative and nobody's relative were standing on the savannah and they saw the grass wiggle. My relative jumped behind a tree. They were risk adverse. And nobody else's relative went over and kicked the grass and ended up something's lunch. So didn't pass down their genes. That's called selective adaptation, selective breeding, and then it has evolved and continues to do that. So FOMO, wanting to be right, fear of missing out, revenge trading, all of those things that we talk about so openly, or so much in trading, they're hardwired, man. And I refer to that as your monkey mind. Now, in my opinion, for myself at least, I'm never going to eliminate those. I know that. My method is as follows. I can try to remain continually aware of myself in the here and now. How am I feeling? Am I having an adrenaline rush? Is Hyde whispering in my ear to revenge trade or FOMO trade? And then I don't act on those things. Would I like to have taken a trade? Now, let me just point out to you, if you took this IB long, that isn't working out so great right now, is it? Didn't close the gap, but got mighty close to it. I guess you could say they did. So in effect, are we having an IB failure? Without taking any rules in effect, yes, we are. Am I having FOMO? I have that feeling, but I'm not acting on it, and I'm sure as hell not clicking the mouse. I'm an adult. That's my approach. You know, all these guys that do psychology and everything are, I'm sure, well-meaning, but you want to always remind yourself, just same with internet gurus and everything else. Why are they doing that? Well, because that's how they make money. They sell courses. They get subscribers. Can they trade? I don't know. Can Brett Steenbacher trade? I've got no idea. He's probably one of the most famous trading psychologists around. I don't know whether he can trade his way out of a wet paper sack. But he can make a buttload of money, you know, helping traders with their psychology. And if that works for you, great. My approach from, you know, I guess it's my upbringing or whatever, but hey, cowboy up, you know, pull up your boots. You're an adult. I don't overtrade. I don't succumb to FOMO, and that's that. Period. So from that approach makes it easy for me. And there we are. Didn't get a whole lot of acceptance on that high, did we? On that gap close. We did close it. Maybe. I guess we just did close it by about a tick, I suppose. And now it's not getting a lot of follow through. So I'm going to jump back over to the macro chart here, or my trigger chart. I don't have an A. I have a B. I have a triggers. They're out of sequence. So what? Now, had I a trigger somewhere, let's see. Nope, still wouldn't be out of sequence. Still wouldn't have anything. No signal, no trigger, no trade. Boop. No fun. This is, in my opinion, trading as a business. Not a video game. It's not fun. I sat here all day yesterday and watched the market go up and down and never had a trigger and never even got close to clicking the mouse. Nor would I. And I'm not saying again. Now, let me point out another thing. This is my journal. I'm talking to myself because it's the only way I can get my thinking into the recording, A. And B, I believe that your subconscious mind believes what you tell it, especially what you articulate out loud. So I continually try to reinforce what I believe to be the correct mindset. Also, this is not my way or the highway. If you are a consistently profitable trader and you're, you get it by splashing paint on the wall to your signals, don't ever change whatever you do. Or, every 30 seconds you click your mouse, whatever the hell it is, and it works for you, don't change it. This is what I've determined to be the way I think I want to approach trading. And this may change. I may find out this is, bullshit and bus tickets. I don't know. I've back tested this system, these rules, and I am going to continue to trade those. I'm going to continue to try to get the damn thing on the right side. Boy, if you wanted to get some continuation into that gap, it didn't work out so good, did it? There's over 12 handles. Now, a short up here, this would have been an IB short. For me, this would have been a two-lot, risk-neutral two-lot package to both triggers, to both targets, without any heat. Remorse, revenge. And am I disappointed about it? Yeah. Now, how I can stay even is to realize that my statistics and my expectancy is over a large enough data set that I look, is it within the, probabilities? Is it within limits? Yeah. Nobody said you're going to get a trade every day. Is it annoying? Yeah, absolutely. I'm so excited to click the mouse and see this bad boy come to life with my little two-lot micros here. But, hey, shit happens, right? One step at a time and all that stuff. Look at this noise. Come on, girls, boys, damn kids, whatever. Okay, 154, 150. So, yeah. Somebody let the air out of the balloon, huh? The higher time frame stepped in and closed the gap, I guess, and there we are. Now we are back to our signals, right? Here's the, I guess we know what they all are. These are this is a continuation zone, pullback zone, trigger zone, which is simply one point either side of the IB. All very clear. There's the levels. If you want to figure all this out, it's all completely transparent. And the way this is trading away from the IB up here, I'm not going to be getting any entry signals anytime soon, which is really disappointing. That makes me, that triggers me into a sense of, well, I'm going to look at this and do some backtesting what ifs last night. I'm going to really look hard at this this open and close rule. You see, if this rule for the IB statistic did not say open below the IB, close above the IB, it could say open below or equal to the IB, then this would have been an A. Now, and when it fires up here, there's a green A above in case we're going to, do the requirements for a continuation, and there's a whatever you call that, red version below. So we would have had a B here, but we don't have a trigger. So had I had an A, I would not have had a trigger anyhow. Am I disappointed I'm not on that? Shit, yeah. Who wouldn't be? You know, that's 50 to 27, 25 handles. Come on. All right, are we rich yet? There's a mid VWAP VPOC setup that I don't use. I'm only trading the setup that I have vetted, which are the two IB trades. I've tried all these different ones for a long time, right? And so I'll move on to the next after now that I've vetted the IB. But I'm just throwing them out there for conversation's sake. You know, these are things that Tom or Rod or somebody uses. We talk about them. And I'm kind of kicking around ideas for which one I'm going to try next is the idea. The thinking. Is this a pisser? Yeah. No doubt about it. What happens to me is, obviously, this discipline's not a problem. But, you know, it's real easy to get kind of lulled to sleep and la-di-da or whatever. Got to stay focused and sharp in the moment. I mean, there's a lot of different setups you can work on vetting. Here you go. Oh, where am I? Okay, this is a 3-bar reversal. Clear as a bell. And up here as well, actually. That might be a good one to work on. One of the things that's important to be careful about, I don't have a timestampy thing from it, but humans are super good at finding patterns, whether they're really there or not. You know, it's called confirmation bias. It's the whole story about, where in the hell even am I? It's the whole story about Fibonacci and all of those things. That's all based on confirmation bias. It hasn't really got any statistical, proof. And that's the only way you can rely on any of this stuff. I don't care what it is. And if you don't vet it for yourself, you know, what's the old saying? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, right? So, I mean, you know, how many gurus are you going to follow that are just nothing but bullshit and bus tickets before you start thinking, you know, I better figure this out for myself. Or at least that's my approach. And confirmational bias is a really big one. That kills a lot of traders. I'm convinced of that. And it's so easy to go off the reservation. If you have a set of rules set up that you're following, which I do, that should be pretty clear. And those rules have not happened yet, I don't have a trade. If I make a discretionary call, oh, well, I'm going to do that. Ooh, I've got a V pattern here. I got an M pattern up here. This is none of that is part and parcel to my trade plan, which was made long before this trading day opened. And I'm not changing it during the live session. If I want to reassess those rules, for example, that I've talked about quite a bit here already, the fact that this is not a signal because the open is on the IB, not below it, the initial balance high. Do I want to change those rules? Well, that's sure as hell not something I should be doing now. I will look at that tonight and backtest it and see the difference over a large data set, 500 days or so. That's where so many traders fall in a hole, man. And then then it's like a emotional snowball or avalanche. You're mad at yourself because you didn't stick to your rules and you just took a big loss and, oh my God, I got to get that back. And then fear, FOMO and revenge trading and all those things start piling up. And pretty soon you're broke, or you're a psychological basket case. It's so much easier and less stress. Another thing about this trading based on rules in a system, it's never a big adrenaline thing or hurry or, some sort of a pressure. It's anticipation. I hope I was able to articulate that properly around the IB statistic here, I started watching this. I could zoom in and watch price. I didn't need to, but I could have. I was anticipating that I would hopefully get an A. And in this case, looking at the market now, which is, the rearview mirror is ever so easy to trade, isn't it? Looking at this, in the rearview mirror, I would have hoped I got an A, and then I got a pullback B and a trigger, and I'm short now. I'm not any of those things. I certainly wouldn't have been excited or in a hurry, or if you've got a plan and you're sticking to it and you have the rules, it's not, you anticipate when it's going to happen. It's not some spur of the moment, holy Jesus Christ, where's my mouse kind of thing, So I don't know what else to say other than that. I'll fire on the music, though, for everybody here. I don't have speakers in here, so if this music is goofy or whatever-y, let me know. Whoops, I don't want this one here. Let me know if this is too loud, not loud enough, right, wrong, something else. In order for me to hear this stuff, music or anything, I don't have speakers in the office. I need to put on the headset, and I gave up standing here with the headset on forever and ever because my ears get hot and tired. And once I got the mic and the mixer, this Shure M7B, which is great, and mic boom and mixer and all that crap. I got away from it. I actually took the mic off my Logitech headset, so it just plugs in the side there. Well, I don't know what to tell you other than I'm following my rules, and let's look at what Random Risk is up to here. I see bunches. House Speaker Johnson, putting a continuation resolution into January makes sense. We will not do a December continuing resolution. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the hell they're talking about, to be honest with you. Oh, if the House, look at this. Remember when I said how many days has the House worked since July 1st? If the Senate passes something, the House will come back. That means that he will stay out, refuse to swear in the elected officials. If I can't imagine that that's legal, is it? If I was a governor of whatever state, I'd be throwing a tantrum, I think. Absolutely. I mean, you know, or part of the electorate of whatever state. I don't know what states they are. I just know that I've seen some headlines about that refuses to swear in. Obviously, they must be Democrats. I mean, that's pretty easy to figure out. But what a useless little puke. All right. That's not political. That's a direct assault on his person, on him as a person. Yeah, crazy. A lot of people like that here now, though, in this country, that have those similar thoughts and beliefs that they know right, and they have every right to impose their beliefs on everybody else. I think is what it boils down to, which is pretty freaking weird to me. Almost as weird as this damn market not doing what I want. Well, yeah, this is about fun, huh? Maybe not. But I'll tell you that a nice big slice of Mama's homemade, fresh, hot sourdough bread and butter was pretty darn good. Toast and butter, I should say. Yeah, this is why God made booze, right? Yeah. Well, I'm gonna Now, obviously, the longer a day like this continues, the frustration level and the opportunity for Hyde to start jerking your chain becomes increased. I don't succumb to it, but I am certainly aware of it. Boredom, boredom or anticipation or whatever. It may not be a big surprise to anybody, but a P-shaped profile is indicative, in the market profile world, is indicative of short covering. So I guess that's overnight covering, yes, because we were short. Now don't forget that we were short. This was a selling day, doji or whatever, indecision, selling and selling. And then the big gap down, more selling overnight. Yeah, I'm not saying any of that is something to take home, but I'm so disappointed, I want to trade. Damn it, Janet. And what else we got going on? Well, nothing. Times nothing. Where's Blue Boy at? There. Where are you, buddy? Okay, I give up. Where the hell did you go? There you are. What is that? I don't know. Why is that doing that? What's with the yellow part? I don't understand. guess I don't care, but not sure what that yellow line's doing there, but anyway. Oh, that's likely, that is, I'll tell you exactly what that is. That's where the POC came zooming down to the open from up in the gap. Okay, that's this guy right here, who's now trading back up. Yep, that's exactly what that is. And here we are over here, just in ultimate boredom country. So we're going to be out of the RTH1 period, which is about 20 minutes. Just that something Rod came up with that I like a lot. RTH 1, 2, 3. Just divide the daily RTH session into 3, and that's what we call them. I like that idea because I want to try to group and filter, identify, focus in on anything that will increase the edge or the expectancy. Well, I guess Jolts is, I guess Jolts is put out by the government and didn't happen. Oh no. So we got a press briefing at 11, so there's an unrecognized risk that jumped into it. So be on guard for that in 30 minutes. What else? What a strange deal. Yeah, well, here we go. We approach the 11 o'clock. The end of the RTH 1 is, I think, 10:45, if I'm not mistaken. Any and all of these things that I talk about, refer to and stuff, has to do with how I interpret the RTH session, the ETH session. I saw some guy who's a big contributor a lot, or seems to do a lot of talking now in the Traders Lab. He talks about, he shuts his stuff off at the cash close rather than the, which is 1500 or actually 1515 if he observes the curb at trade. All those things affect your charting and affect everything. This is pretty fun, huh? Yeah. As much fun as you can have with your clothes on right here, I'll tell you. There's 1 minute high. And where's the blue guy? There he is. Okay. Hiding over here. Hiding out behind the woodshed. See how that POC came down, the yellow line, and then branched off here? That's what changed. That's what was a little bit deceiving there at the first. A little too wide here in order to be able to get 1 minute on it, or 1 point on it. There we are. No. Yeah, there we are. So there's the blue boy and there's the range. Well, we closed the gap. Yappity dap. Just by a tick. I guess that's close enough, close is enough for government work, I guess. And now we're fussing around down here, and I don't hate, but I am less comfortable. It's like, personally, I will do whatever the signals suggest or say, but I'm less comfortable with the further into the day we get. I guess that's just some sort of a prejudice I've developed over the years, or wanting to get the business over with when the volume is high, I guess. I don't know. Speaking of that, what's happening in volume world over here? Lights, volume. Okay, and the ATR is right at our 3-point figure, and we're at about 86%. Again, I'm trading the minis because I'm trading them. That's a live funded account, and I want to be sure that everything's working properly. However, this is the mini, these are the minis, so there's essentially no difference. Obviously, there's difference in volume. There's 844,000 minis and 785,000 micros have traded. Change is about exact, right? So, yeah. There we are. There you have it. No signal, nobody left on third, Now it's going to start. Now they're going to start this crap. Remember that these levels here, these are the continuation and the pullback zones from the trigger chart, which I push across the book. Not just so if there was some level that didn't make sense here, that's the only reason. I don't push them to the cloud notes column, so they're not reflected here. I don't want to make this any more busy than it already is, but that's what they're doing over here on the line indicator, price line indicator. What? Line at price or something. Well, where in the hell are we now? Let's see if there's any brilliant thing I can do. Comment wise. Not yet, I guess. These days conjure up those, Now, obviously, there's a lot of movement. I'm sure a lot of people have lost their ass. I'm sure a few people have made money. It's not like the market isn't going anyplace. It's not those days of the doldrums where, there's no movement, because there's quite a bit of movement. What is the range today? We are at, Where are we? Here. It's 40, 50 handles wide when we open again. I had a range thing here. I was looking for, I thought I had actually a quote page or just spit out the range. That's would be pretty nice. Yeah. Guess not. Well, we can look over here, I suppose. So there's 95 to, this is the IB, right? 95 to 49. 55 points. 55 point range. So that's, certainly not a low volume deal. And volume is a little bit light, but it's got plenty of movement. Oh, is she talking already? Something happened. Yeah. So much fun. Maybe not. So here's the trigger chart, and as you know, once again, these are the various things that I have determined via backtesting. I'm sorry, I'm reading my snap thing over there in my timeline. These reflect the rules and the trigger stuff to do with the initial balance trades, which I have vetted through backtesting. Really, and I have the proof of it. And that's what I'm trading now. I'm going to trade that. If I get a trade signal and trigger, I'll take it automatically without discretion on Bookmap. Because this chart is just for my visual confirmation that stuff is happening when and where I expect it to. It doesn't do any trading or any hocus pocus. And the same idea for the IB or the backtesting system. This is a copy of that chart, which ought to be familiar. This is the backtesting system, and here are the rules. These are all the rules that are evaluated each 1 minute, however many days, trading days you go back, and these are the rules required for an IB high or for an IB failure or continuation at the IB high or the IB low. That's how you backtest, or that's how I believe you do it. Yeah, ridiculous. And in order for me to have a signal, we've got to get back up to the IB, do it properly, unlike we did earlier. Here was not a signal because of the open at the initial balance rather than below it. Yes, that's a rule. Do I need to change that rule? Maybe, but I'm certainly not going to do it in the middle of the live trading session. I'm going to backtest it this evening and see. That's the way I approach it. I'm approaching this, I should say. Now let me say something that is as important as all of these triggers and lines and stuff that we do. The most valuable, critical piece of hardware that you have in your trade office, room, setup, whatever you want to call it, is sitting on your side of the monitor. Just think about it for a minute. All of the money, time, effort we spend looking at monitors and keyboards and software and systems and backtesting and all that crap, is all processed with your eyes and your brain, and you act upon that with your real finances, which affect your life and your family. So that is without a doubt the most important piece of equipment to take care of. Be continually vigilant that you're in the here and now and aware of how you're feeling. Adrenaline, FOMO, fear, whatever. I talked about that a minute ago. Also, be sure you're hydrated. Be sure you're well rested. Don't trade if you're on emotional tilt for whatever reason. Another important thing is that when we stand here for hours at a time focusing on the screens, our short focus eye muscles are in constant tension. You need to get out, get away from the screens and this blue bullshit light and all this stuff. Get outside, look down the street, rest your eyes, soft focus, get some UV in there, some natural lighting. That is really important. Do that a few times a day. Keep your physical self in shape, do sit-ups, pull-ups, squats, whatever, while you're, get away, push back. I have stand-up desks, so it's easy for me. I don't sit down. I don't even have a chair in the office. I do have it in the office. My broken kitchen chair's over here. But I can do squats and watch the market. I have a set of some dumbbells. I can do curls and this and that. Have a, chin-up bar in the door. Think about it. Would you trade if your computer was locking up and blocking off? Would you trade if one of your monitors was blanking in and out? No. Your software was, coming in and out. Internet connection was cutting off. No, of course you wouldn't. But we seem to think that we can trade with the most important tool we have, working at about 10% and 10%, So that's just my little spiel about that. But it's really important. And that's why I don't like coming into the middle of the day like this in RTH2 with no trade or no signals, because I want to get outside and get that walk in and, let my eyes refocus, and if I'm sleepy, take a nap, take a shower, you know what I mean? That's, I'm standing here from around 6 in the morning till, 1800 or 17, 18 at least every day, and usually around 19 or 20 hours. So it's important. And I'm older than dirt, so, there you go. There you go. You go. If you have IRT, well, then you already know, so never mind. Yeah, well, oh boy, I'm so happy. I am really disappointed, which I'm kind of tired of saying this, but I'm talking to myself, right? So I'm really disappointed. I'm really anxious to trade. Keen to trade, let me put it that way. When I have a proper signal in the setup, I want to see how everything is working together. That's why I'm all keyed up here and built up and, multi-bracketed up on a 2-lot micro, the smallest, cheapest ES derivative. There might be something cheaper. I don't know what. I guess maybe the NASDAQ, but it's so volatile. The ES I've been trading for quite a while, and I'm used to its movement more. So, this is the smallest thing I could come up with. In other words, I have minimized my potential risk as much as I can and still test out the full functionality of the 2-lot bracket and the scale and the, profit targets and all that. Make sure that they're all working right with the live account and the live data stuff. Even though it's all rhythmic, And it's just rather, it's being pushed by or provided by the broker. And I didn't have any qualms about it at all, actually. I would not have even had this conversation if it were not for last week when as I mentioned earlier, I think I took along over here paper trading, making sure that everything started with paper trading last week, went live this Monday. I took along 2-lot risk neutral trade, means there's a 3-lot, 12 tick stop, 12 tick T1, 48 tick T2. I look over at IRT here, which I do continually, and the portfolio was open and it says I'm short 2. I look back quickly to see did I screw up? Did I enter backwards or what? Come on. No, definitely I'm long. And then while I'm watching, I get my risk neutral scale. Well, how does a scale, what happens when a long target scale, is hit? It's a sell, right? You sell that one. So I look back at IRT and now I'm 3 short. And on it went. So needless to say, I'm making damn sure that I have shut IRT off from trading completely, and I'm going to do this risk analysis and this, this smallest trade sizes I can live to test it all out. And here we are at 11. Boo. Boo is boo. So that was kind of just an obligatory closing of the gap with no more interest on the part of anybody, high time frame or anybody else, to go any further. I guess this is indicative of that the current economy and state of affairs here. I don't really know what to do here now, other than, stand here all day. I have to weigh the both sides of that coin, eh? The more tired or worn down you get, the less resistant you are to stupidity or controlling stupidity. need to be sharp. On the other hand, it's pretty disappointing to go, okay, I'm going to go lay down for a minute or take a shower, go for a walk, and come back, and the move you expected, the signals, etc., happened while you're away. Those are the joys of trading. I'm sure this doesn't make any sense, but when the whole family's asleep, including the cats, it's like that they've sucked all the energy out of the room, right? Out of the house, out of the building. Hey, what about me? Wait for me. Yeah. Blood going here, do some walk-ups, squats and stuff here. This is just annoying. But hey, this is trading. Nobody said, as a matter of fact, a lot of people who are professional, successful traders have said, do not expect to trade all the time. Actually have something I could put down here to mention. Where we go? Fixes this. I'm starting to wonder if he's ever going to fix it. Plug in. He's got a bunch of other irons in the fire, apparently. Well, I thought I just looked at that. No, I don't see it. Change this up here. Yeah, so okay. Got it. So now finally the full session and the RTH session POCs are approaching alignment here. Usually they are aligned early on. Probably were, and I didn't notice. So something that's real important that I was talking about kind of or alluding to a minute ago. The fact that I don't know how, I have of course no idea how anyone else was raised other than myself, but I was raised with a pretty intense work ethic, and the concept that your reward is equal to effort. And that's the case in I think the psychological understanding or approach that a lot of people have. And that is absolutely not the case with trading. And that's kind of why they say, psychologists say that that's one of the problems with over trading and stuff, is people feel like, oh, I'm trading, I'm here, I got to be clicking them out, I got to be trading. No. You need to remember that there are 3 positions: long, short, and flat. And you are flat a lot of them. A lot of those times. And I'm trying to figure out why the RTH POC moved down here, but the Bookmap has not yet. Interesting. 6109, 6191. It should not be, according to the volume profile, but it makes sense with IRT. Anyway, so that's something to get your head around. You need to realize that you make more money with your brain than your back or whatever, and it's much more beneficial to your account to take A+ vetted setups, let your winners run and cut your losers short, all those things you've heard 1,000 times before. And then just, clicking that mouse like you're killing snakes, the old scalping technique, which is was fantastic for the brokers. They made the commission, every round trip, 100 round trip commissions a day. There you go. Did that make the traders any money? Probably not. Maybe. And everybody can have an argument about it, and everybody can have an opinion, and that's great. But in my opinion, from my point of view, it's much better to be disciplined and follow my rules. It doesn't make for a good live stream or exciting anything, but that's not the point. The point is not to make an exciting live stream. The point is for my trading journal to be accurate, and hopefully when I review it, demonstrate some improvement, Yeah. Look at this shit. Now, if you want to see something equally annoying, there's yesterday. 2 unsubstantiated triggers on this dip, traded out the whole rest of the day in the center and never got back to even close to a signal. Did I take a trade? Nope. Am I upset? Nope. Would I like to? Absolutely. As I said before 100 times, I'm real keen to do it, to test this out. I got a dollar burning a hole in my pocket here. But these are the signals. These are the, the levels and the signal triggers. There is no signal. Here's a B. There's a signal. There's a trigger. But meaningless. There's no A. So, nothing. How will I get a signal? Well, this thing's got to get up here or down here and then go through the sequence again. Recycle the sequence. If it can do that, then we have a signal. And I will put on a trade. That's what's pretty handy about backtesting. You just mash go and that baby runs through as many days as you tell it to, and takes 5 seconds. It takes about 5 seconds to backtest 500 trading days historically, and that means that the system runs through each of these rules, each 1 minute bar, going back 500 days. And that turns out to be like 280,000 bars or something like that. Takes 5 seconds. Pretty amazing technology we have. So yeah, there we go. And otherwise, you stand here and you do sit-ups and pull-ups, or you know, make sure you got the stream on the right window, or the whatever else it is. You know, wish you were laying down taking a nap with Mama and the cats. And that's not too far out of my horizon right now, actually. I'm really torn between taking off for my walk now, getting outside, getting some exercise, some fresh air, or waiting till noon. I just made that decision, come to think about it. I forgot. The lovely press person is busy having herself a press conference, which is got, remember the conversation about critical risk? It's got critical risk written all over it, so I'm not going to even think about I don't know, has she started? Oh, now it's at 12 o'clock. She changed it from 11 to 12. Remember 2 minutes ago, this was 11 o'clock? Now it's 12. Now this is one advantage to Financial Juice. These things are more dynamic through the day, and you will not even see the press conference over here. I don't know whether I can add that stuff or not, to be absolutely honest with you. Let's see. Here's the filters. Here's the countries, right? The time zone. Categories. Importance. No. I don't have girlfriend. So yeah, there you go. And now that it's refreshed, you see they took all that off. Here's tomorrow. We are in earnings. Remember AM earnings. Come on. There you go. AMD is reporting tonight. Shopify. Wow. Almost 10 billion increase. Amgen tonight. Pfizer, ooh, the drugs. Drugs are us. Yeah, okay, so there you go. So I'm gonna take my own dog food here, eat my own dog food, and go out and, well, but she's not doing it now until 12. Shit. This was 11, and I was gonna take advantage of that and blow Dodge, but I'm not going to now. What am I doing? Here we go. There we go. Well, I guess while we're waiting for the press conference or briefing or whatever it's called, we can talk about approaching trading as a statistical business as opposed to a video game or gambling or pick one. And first, let me say that this is not some epiphany I had. This is, I'm basically synopsing and, regurgitating the findings and the understanding of the most successful traders and hedge fund people in the world, from Thorpe to Tudor Jones and Ray, Jim Simmons, Dalio, Tom the Trader, Tom Sosnoff. Pick one, Mark Douglas, anybody you want to pick, and listen to them long enough, you're going to hear the same thing. The market is random. There's millions of individual traders expressing their opinion. Hello? 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 Oh, yeah, so goddamn weirdly. Thing blaring all over. Anyway, good morning. It's a beautiful day. It's 22 down here, which is something. It's about, 70-ish, I guess, or in the high 60s. Cool. Sorry? Oh, cool. Cool. Yeah, so what's up? All right, so what has happened now? Nothing. Well, they got down toward the bottom. No signals, nobody left on third. Still no trade signals here today. My son just had a nice long talk with my son. That was great. He's in Colorado walking the dogs. They have a couple of labs. Oh, that reminds me. I forgot to tell him something. I'll be right back. Well, okay. Now what are you going to do? Who's on third here? So we have 1 point high. We've got the big W going on down here, which is an A, B, C. They're going to go up. We got a little bit higher lows, a little bit higher highs. If you squint your eyes real hard, you can figure out a reason to put on a trade and lose money. We closed the gap. We're right back pretty much at our open, aren't we? Yep, we're right back on the open. Absolutely. This is the micros, remember, because this is a live funded brokerage account, and I want to make sure that the drama that I had with IRT is not continuing with trading. So I'm real excited to get a live trade out today, if possible. Not so excited that I'm not going to follow the rules or do everything per my trade plan, but I would certainly like to do that. And here we are. What I'll be looking for is a signal, and I need them sequentially. A, B, and a trigger. We have a B and a trigger. No A, no signals on the downside. We just closed the gap almost to the tick right there. And that's as far as we got. That's the gap. There's the IB, and we've been selling off ever since. Oh, are we going to get a signal here? Now my spidey senses are tingling here. Okay. Well, I hate it when they do this at noon. I'm on the verge of a coma. I'm on the verge of too much toast coma. Okay. And our young friend, oh, never mind. The press conference starts right now. Well, that's enough for me. That's random risk on the hoof right there. And that's not gonna absolutely, I've gone through random risk and critical risk, so I'm not gonna go over it again, but go back to about 50 minutes in and you'll be able to see all about that. Damn it. Boy, timing's everything, isn't it? Now we're coming down to potential signal country here again, off the top, mind you. And they gotta come up with some I don't really know. I don't ever listen to the press conferences, but I'm not sure that there's ever a whole lot of market impact there. So, but I will definitely err on the side of caution. And that is my recommendation. Ooh. Rebar reversal, tweezer bottom. All those cute little things that everybody says are the definite winner. You can grow your $10.50 into 70 million. I don't know which I find more incredible, that I don't know what that is. Billypedia Views India. I don't know what that means, whoever you are. It's ES, the futures, United States, in trade in the CME. These are this is the ES, or the MES. I'm sorry, the micro ES Z contract, and this is the ES. But I'm trading live and with a funded account, and this is a test because I want to keep my risk at the absolute minimum to verify that both of my systems are working. IRT, this is my trigger chart. And this is the typical layout here. And last Friday I had a strange behavior that I want to be sure doesn't repeat. Because after all, our main and primary directive as a trader is to preserve your account and grow it via compounding with the law of large numbers. And here we are, boomity boomity boom. We've taken out the IB high, so that's statistics off the table. But that does not negate the fact that we have an IB, potential IB high, or IB initial, which stands for initial balance trade. These are trades that I have vetted myself with backtesting. And that's the principle. I take a risk neutral methodology And that's how I trade them. The basic risk neutral package is right here. Oop. This is the smallest risk neutral package. You need to have an even number of contracts. There are 2 contracts. The stop loss for the entire package is 12 ticks. That's determined by your account risk parameters and volatility of the market, the instrument, etc. The first risk neutral scale is then dictated by these parameters. The first risk neutral scale is for 1/2 the package size, or 1 contract, and the same amount of ticks positively as the stop is negative. Then there's the profit targets the runner. And you can do, 4 lots or 4 lots high volatility period, and I'm doing 12 lots for the reasons I'm doing a 2 lot for the reason I just said. A 2 lot micro, which is the cheapest ES futures contract you can trade. Because I want to be sure that this configuration, or that this stuff that occurred last week doesn't reoccur. So welcome, yeah. Billypedia. I don't know what Views India is. I used to go to, I lived in Kuala Lumpur for a long time and used to go to India about every month. We had a couple offices. I've been to Dehradun and Delhi and Mumbai, Nueva Mumbai. There you go. Been fortunate. Well, the ATR is down to about under 3 handles now, and we're still in light volume. No difference, obviously no difference on the ES or the MES. Micro composite chart, volume profile. Market profile, sorry, volume profile. These are Renkos. And this is the micro. Same version, same layout, same everybody. Same. This is the trigger for the mini, and this is the micros. I must admit, I'm really kind of torn between walking away because we're in this press mess. The potential, the risk potential, which is not smart. Not smart. They're letting the market know they didn't think much of the state of condition here, state of the economy. Another month will go by without jobs, non-farm payroll, which is, I'm not sure that these guys are, somebody's got to be aware, back there. America is fast losing its credibility in every respect. So, I don't know what to think. I would suppose my expectation here is that the market would stay pretty much flat and rotational through this press meeting or briefing, whatever they call it. Never know. What do we have here? Let's see. Oh, there she is. On what? Press briefing on... Oh, on election day. Is today election day? Oh, yes, it is. The Tuesday. Absolutely. It's the election day for a lot of the primaries. Yeah, I forgot about that. Well, this is going to be a pretty big deal, I would suppose. Yeah, I forgot all about it. It's always on it. I think the first Tuesday in November, I believe, is how election day works. Yeah. There you go. Well, I'll be mighty happy to see her go away, and then we'll get back to the market. Not that I have any feeling about that gal one way or the other, but it is a potential disruption to the market with potentially a lot of impact. I know I've said this before, but I will say it every time I think about it. This right here was an unprompted, unscheduled, basically meaningless tweet, because none of it came to pass, and it was not based on any kind of evidence or facts, right? But look at the impact that it had on the market. So that's why I say it's really important, no matter who you voted for or what you believe, if you were long right here and that happened and you weren't prepared with a stop and whatever, you had a real bad day. That's all I'm saying. Do not leave yourself unexposed. Only put your account at risk to the market on A-pledge setups, and be sure you've got brackets and everything in place. That's just common sense. You don't go flying in a stunt plane or jump out of an airplane with a parachute that you've never used before, and you figure and think that you're going to put it on and figure out how to use it on the way down. I don't think that makes a lot of sense to anybody. Oh, come on, little gal. Go do something else. Cut it short. She won't, of course, but you know. Oh, well. So what have we done so far? Well, we've done exactly nothing. There's the open. 5 handles. One point high. Blue guy over here. Well, he's not quite there, but there he is. Right there. This is the entire session so far. Close the gap just to the tick. And I mean to the tick. And down we went. Depending on how you look at the gap. A gap to me is previous RTH close to current RTH open. Absolutely personal, however you want to do it. Oh man, come on. In the very split second I go outside for my walk, this will all hell break loose. As we know. Well, what are they going to do? Finally, just, is this, I'm really spooked here now. This is kind of against my better judgment. Not kind of, it is, because I think we're in a, I wish I had more, I guess I should pay more attention to this press secretary person. I will be absolutely honest. I don't know how much impact it typically has. I think it's kind of a nothing burger that she doesn't really have the authority to say anything. You know, it's typically somebody else, one of the cabinet people, or of course Trump, you know, or the Fed or whatever. But I think she's just kind of a mouthpiece for what they normally say. I don't think she really has anything particular to say that is market moving necessarily. I don't think. Just as we have lots of different reports, not all of them are, you know, 3-star or whatever. You know, 2-star, 3-star. They can be various volatilities, and that's what I'm not sure. I'm not sure what she's up to. Could be more. It could be more of a more market reaction to the repo operation here. To be honest about it. And I have no idea also how long these things usually last with this gal. Well, there's something happened there that they liked or didn't like. None of which had to do with a trading signal, so I'm just, you know, in the hold over here. Oh joy. Well, there's one hell of a V reversal, huh? Is that something she said? Is that something? I don't know. I think I'll just let discretion be the better part of common sense here, I guess. Valor is the word. Discretion is the better part of valor. But I don't know. I'm going to just play it by ear, and what I'm hoping is that I don't get a trade signal until she's back off the stage. Now, of course, that doesn't negate the fact that we could always have some random extravaganza come out of whoever. I think Trump's been pretty quiet lately, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe they're all glued to their TVs or whatever about this election. Is not the midterm, but special election, I guess. What the hell election this is? It's not a midterm. Maybe a special. I don't know. That's pretty stupid of me not to know that, though, isn't it? This little gal's cutting into my nap time, I'll tell you that right now. I'm kind of disappointed in her. Actually, my walk time. I'll make it up after the market today. I have kind of a narrow window between cash close and soccer dad activities. Well, I hope you're managing your risk, being disciplined and methodical. Trade what you see, not what you think. I don't know what else to say, you know. I sound like a stuck record to myself, but it's really important. Well, I'm going to have to zoom in a little bit here to get the... You see what happens with Bookmap is in order to get the entire range in the screen, you have to widen out a little bit. Here we are back to 1 point high. Now you see why why I prefer to have the entire range in view. Where was the POC? Where did the market come from to here? Do we know that? This has bothered me right up here too. I don't know why that's like that. Let's look. Is there something going on with... I'm going to renew the data here or reload. Because I think something's wrong with that. It is definitely different than what IRT is, or Bookmap is pushing, that's for sure. No signals. Now, you can see this while this is downloading, you can, these are my pullback and continuation levels, which I push from IRT, or from IRT to Bookmap, just so I have a reference as to where we are with what's going on there in case I need to. Try to give myself as many heads up as possible. It's not IRT is insisting that that's where it's at. I don't know why Bookmap is not, frankly. Boy, I tell you, the day would be great when there was just one app that did what we need and was reliable, and that'd be great. All of these, sometimes you get the feeling like you're playing a calliope over here, you know. Doesn't seem right to me. Yes, it is, though. Okay, Triggertown. Well, there's that famous B-boy again. Meaningless? No way. Man. 432, huh? Something that I think I forgot to say, probably because my son called, but I'll say it now. It is 433. Wow. I wish they got to fix that. Whew. So, it's really important to understand, be aware that win rate by itself is completely useless clickbait. The stuff that internet gurus are made of. Taken in, relationship to the other metrics that are required for the calculation of expectancy, of course it's important. But of and by itself, win rate, I got a 95% win rate. YouTube morons. So what? If you don't have a risk reward that is, you can have a 95% win rate and go broke in 10 trades. Blow your account up. That's meaningless. Now, if you take it in, as I said, in relationship to the other metrics to calculate your expectancy, that's important and that's a good thing. The formula for expectancy is win rate, there we go, times average winner, a new one, minus loss rate times average loser. That's your expectancy. And you need to have enough samples in that data sample set to be outside the possibility of a random distribution. So bear that in mind. It's likely clickbait. Well, now everybody seems to be aligned with each other, so that's a good thing. We're fluffing around down here. Okay, good. Is our little... I wish the hell I knew. I wish I knew how long these last, and I wish I knew for sure that they would put she's finished. It just now says live. I think it will say finished when it's over with. So that'll be good. What am I looking for here with the trigger chart? Well, if you're new to the zoo here, it is an A, a B, and a trigger. I'm not very creative, I'll grant you. The trigger is the arrow. If it's a reddish colored or whatever you want to call this color here, A, B, and trigger, then that would be a short. Green, other side, other way around. A, B, trigger, long. This is the pullback zone for a short or a failure, and this is the pullback zone for the continuation. Same thing here. Pullback zone for a failure, pullback zone for continuation. And these little dotted lines here are the trigger. They delineate the trigger zone on either side of the initial balance, high or low. Real straightforward, real simple. Data points, math, price, driven by price. Nothing magical, nothing mysterious, no indicators. You do have to wear a big, tall, pointy hat with a star on it and have a magic wand, but other than that, God. Other than that, it's just data and probabilities and statistics. And I think I didn't mention it, maybe I did, about when I was talking about business, trading as a statistical business rather than a video game or gambling. Based on the methodology and the performance of the top hedge fund and traders in the world, Druckenmiller and Soros, and Sosnoff, and Thorpe, and Paul Tudor Jones, everybody, Tom the trader, they all realize that it is a business of probabilities and and statistics. So I think I've gone over that and how to set that up and how to approach that enough times that I don't need to again here. But one thing I think I forgot to mention is, in case that all sounds familiar to you, it is the exact business model of the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. You want to be the casino. That simple. They play no game that they have not predetermined has an expectancy or an edge and specific rules. When they put it on the casino floor, they know they're going to have losses. Gamblers are going to win. We know we're going to take stops. And they rely on the law of large numbers to manifest that expectancy to their bank, to their bottom line. Boop. Simple. It almost sounds too simple. But you've got to do the homework. You've got to identify the trade and the rules and the expectancy and do the back test and know the parameters. Oh man, I've had 7 losses in a row. I've had 4 losses in a row, 4 stops in a row. Is that out of line with your data set? Or is that in line with your data set? If it's in line, you don't do anything. You take the next trade. That kind of, that's the approach. Now we're going to get down here where we might actually get an A signal. And I'll be the first to tell you that I'm not sure emotionally and psychologically how I feel about it. That has nothing to do with what I will do, but you know, we did close a gap by a tick. Now we're trading way off back into another gap zone. I would feel a lot better about it if our illustrious press person was done. And yes, I'm zooming in to the IB low to see if we get a signal. Ooh, my spidey senses are tingling. And I'm going to do a quick round robin here to make sure I'm all set up. Checklist. Trade control panel is green. I'm on both. I've got the risk neutral package selected. I'm okie dokie. Ooh, I don't want that, and whatever that was. What was that? Configure visible. I don't want to do that. Okay. Now we just backed off of that big time. We backed off of the IB high like it was a bad dream. And if you're a candlestick guy or a bar chart person, you'll notice that this is a 3-bar reversal so far. What happened? Oh, well, saved in the nick of time, huh? Look at here. Did you get the trade? I didn't have a trade. I got pretty damn close though to a signal, to the A signal. Would have needed a B signal and then would have needed a trigger. What do we have here? Zippity flip doodah. 3-bar reversal's working out great if you trade those. So I'm gonna do some dumbbell curls here and watch the market flip up and down. They're driving away from me now. I've got nothing to do here. Oh, we have put in, yes we have. We have put in an IB, the 12-to-1 trade statistic is in play here. When I'm through with these weights, I'll tell you what that is. We got a VPOC migration lower. Look at this. Oh, everybody's getting but that's only full session. Remember, that's not the RTH session. Notice that. Okay, the 12-to-1 statistic is simple, actually. If you, the market needs to be out of balance, which I think we could agree it is. Balance would be rotational, right? If we put in a high or an extreme, high or low, between 12 Central Standard Time and 1, there's a high probability that price will exceed that extreme at some point in the balance of the RTH session. So it's essentially like the initial balance statistic, only it's got less time, right? It's between 1 o'clock or 1300 and 1600 as opposed to 9:30 and 1600. I don't think I've ever traded it, really. And it's not a setup I have, but that is it's a thing, I promise. Now, what do we got? 61. Well, this has got to be somewhere around 62 or 3 right here. So as soon as we get some, maybe a couple of more 100 contracts trade out right there, we're going to have this VPOC migration come down here. Watch and see. Watch and see. There we are. And there we are. Who was that masked man? Now everybody that trades the VPOC migration is all excited. And I am not one of them. These are the kind of places where FOMO adds up on people and your monkey mind kicks in and, oh baby, I'm going south here. I'm shorting this thing. And then you immediately get disappointed. And I'm not saying that it's not going to go south at all, but you know, I think if you're much better off if you follow the rules or the philosophy and you identify a setup and the parameters that validate that setup for an entry. You capture a statistically significant data set of that setup and parameters, and determine if it has an edge. If so, you take it every time it presents itself, and you rely on the law of large numbers to compound your account. If it doesn't have an edge, you move on to the next one. But it's a hell of a lot better to find that out. Backtesting, when you can do what if options and things like that without optimizing, or curve fitting. A hell of a lot better to find that out than in the market, especially with your own money. Go get a prop firm or a sim thing, and I guess you could trade the hell out of it. You could paper trade the hell out of it if you felt like it, but it's so much faster and more accurate because the backtest engine only executes the rules. It completely eliminates any discretion. So I think it's much more accurate and expeditious, and you can backtest 500 days in 5 seconds. Unless you're going to live to be Baba G or Methuselah or somebody, you're not going to live long enough to figure that out to do it yourself, I don't think. And welcome to the stream. Smack a thumbs up, subscribe, that'd be great. Throw something in the chat there like Billy Pedia did. Typically there's a few people coming and going here. It's nice, it's a long trading, especially if you approach it as a business, which I should be pretty obvious to anybody here that I do. And I don't have a problem with discipline or, over trading or something. It's a lonely sport. It's a lonely business. Nobody said it was. If your trading is an adrenaline sport or continually a rush, I would be really careful that you're really approaching it as a business and not just gambling or a video game. And I will repeat for the umpteenth time, if you do that and you're successful and consistently profitable over a long sample set, not 5 trades in a row or 4, good for you. Don't quit. Do that. How long will it work? Well, it'll work till it doesn't. That's the joy of trading. You don't know when you're going to be wrong until you are. What does that mean? So how do you approach that as a business? How can that be lucrative? How can that be consistently sustainable? Manage your risk. You're not going to start with $100 and make, turn it into 50,000 or whatever these morons say on YouTube in a week, or a month or whatever. That ain't going to happen unless it's some sort of a fluke. And if you do that and you're lucky, my suggestion is take all of that money out of the account, put it in your bank or somewhere, and then have a small funded account, $5,000, $10,000, and trade that. When it blows up, then reassess, It's not, I don't know whether I answered that, Billy. It's not crypto in any way, shape, or form. It's the futures. The real market, and I believe the most fair and safest and most equal playing ground. It's an established, regulated market, one of the oldest. Clear, concise rules. I think that I have my own thoughts about crypto, but so I'm not going to hurt anybody's feelings, but and I've never traded it. I have an aversion philosophically to it, so yeah, am I pissed I didn't buy a handful of Bitcoin 10 years ago? Yeah. No, sure, why not? I'm also upset that I didn't buy Berkshire Hathaway when somebody tried to get me to buy it, because they wanted the astronomical price of $1,000 a share. And I thought, man, that's crazy. Last time I looked, it's $500,000 a share. You know, there's a million of those stories. It's called hindsight. It's the same idea as the guys that, the rear view mirror traders that don't really make a living trading, but they make a living convincing you that they're going to give you some secret sauce on YouTube, and they make their living by being paid from YouTube because they have enough subscribers. Good for them. You know, if enough people think it's worthwhile to subscribe to that, and so those guys can make a lot of money, I guess how can I argue with that? It wouldn't be me, but you know, it's like people that are selling a martingale. Wow. Guys that are touting the benefits of you know, trading without a stop loss, doubling down, and I think that those kinds of that kind of advice is strictly aimed at your monkey mind, your emotional side, and you better wake up quick or you're going to be have an unpleasant experience, I think. There was a funny guy I listen to every once in a while. I don't, stuff never shows up on my YouTube. Maybe when I quit, I don't know. He traded Forex, and his theory was enter the market wherever. He didn't use any indicators, anything. He kind of looked at what he thought would be support and resistance, kind of, and if it went the wrong way and he still thought it was going, he'd double, you know, he'd enter again the same amount, sometimes 3 or 4 times. And his stop loss was the account. That was the way he worked it. He would put $10,000 in the account, and if he blew the account up, that was his stop loss. So he just, you know, he would just keep doing that until he either got profitable or blew up. Now, is that a real account in dollars, and how the hell do I know? But it's pretty funny. Like, whoa. Some of the advice that gets handed out that you just wonder. What worries me, or doesn't worry me, but kind of makes me feel bad, is the people who don't know any better, that think buy into that and think that that's going to be their salvation, and maybe this is the only amount of money they have. They've saved up a little bit to try to give themselves a better life. You know what I mean? That part really bothers me. And that's why I start at 8 o'clock in the morning talking about this as my trading journal and not for financial advice. And I try to be as straightforward and as conservative and cautious as possible. I mean, if anybody listens to what I say, and follows my trades, they would never blow up, and they would be profitable, because I am. I don't, and I am, because I am disciplined. I take my specific trades, that which I have vetted. So I'm not saying for someone to do that, but at least I feel somewhat, you know, I'm okay with the fact that if somebody looked at what I do as advice for themselves, I wouldn't feel like I was a scammer or a con person. It makes me sleep better at night. I could be, or I could be Sam Beckman-Fried, I guess, and be a crypto wizard. This guy that Trump just, whatever his name is, the crypto guy who Trump just pardoned from jail, is come to find out today, well, his company helped set up the crypto business for Melania and Donald Trump while he was in jail, and just all of a sudden afterwards he's just been pardoned. Wow. Lucky. Are we in a trade? Nope. Have we had a signal? Nope. Is this 2 days in a row? Looks like it. Am I bored? Yup. But it's, this is it. I passed over my nap, my walk. Now it's 1 o'clock. I've got 2 hours left for the cash close, cash market, and the stream. Remember that I start every morning at 0800 every trading day at 0800 Central Standard Time with a pre-market and all those things, and then go live and direct all day. Now, these are some great examples of why I can't figure out the right way to trade the VPOC migrations. Obviously, you cannot possibly miss this yellow brick road moving around. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, wait a minute. We went down. Nice trade. Down again. Get short. Oh, wait. Get stopped out. You know, I really don't know. Well, I wonder if Susie Cream Cheese is done over here. Ah, she's done. Okay, great. All right. Cool. So now we can move on. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but you know, here we go. I have no idea if I'm going to get a signal or a trade or anything, but I'm glad that's over. So there's 12. There's 1. So this is the 12-to-1 stat, the IB low. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying I talked about the 12-to-1 stat a while ago, and the level you'd be looking for is 67.95 half-ish. 67.95. Man, this is getting old. I really would like to have a signal here from my world famous initial balance goodie. Oh, okay. Typically, I go through the backtesting in pretty much detail and examples, demonstration, I should say, I guess, about 1400, which is 6 hours in, and then hit the recap about 6:30. At 6:30 hours in, and remember that the market cash close is 1500, which is 7 hours here in the stream. Long day. I actually wish I was the type of person that could, just figure out a scam, not care who I screwed, get on YouTube for a couple hours every day, make a pile of money. Be a hell of a lot easier. But I'm not. And I am focused on relying on just trading, and this is my virtual journal. So in reality, it's really nice to have people involved with the stream, but I'm not monetized in any way, so there you go. Costs me money every month, right? Internet stuff, epidemic sound, on and on and on. And we are in Election Day, huh? That's pretty interesting. I don't think I saw anything about it anywhere. Period. That's it doesn't bode well for the country, does it? Let's see what we find over here. See if anybody's saying anything. Sam Bankman-Fried's trial was fundamentally unfair. The useless little spoiled rotten piece of shit stole billions of dollars from people and spent it like he was like it was his money, playboy. I hope he has a really long, learns a long lesson. Oh, Dick Cheney died. Well, there you go. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, that's too bad. Dick Cheney. Okay, I'm still looking for news here. Not one. Not one. So far, nothing. I think I'm on BBC now, Bloomberg. Okay. Well, so far I only see one thing on, and now I'm up to BBC, which is this little thing here about polls opening. Dick Cheney dying, that's a pretty big deal. There we go. So there we are, New York, Virginia, elections will serve. I thought there was some other stuff going on in California, but maybe not. Oh well, okay, nothing, huh? Too much for that. Well, let's get back to where I belong here. And there's nothing going on here. And it's 1318. These guys look like these POCs look like they're having a square dance over here. So caution. Caution. Hit the thumbs up and subscribe. That'd be pretty cool. I'd appreciate that if the stream is helpful at all. Let me know in the chat also. If you would be, if these session prices live would be helpful. I provide them to a lot of people free. You get a URL to Google Sheets or Google Drive, whatever, and you just put that into your Cloud Note column or your indicator here or whichever software you're going to use it on, or it's a CSV file, so you could actually just open it with text document or Excel and whatever. I push them nonstop from 1700 on Sunday evening until 1600 on Friday afternoon. Happy to share. I do MES, ES, and I think I still push the NASDAQ. I'm not sure, to be honest with you. Nobody's asked about that in a long time. So here's the trigger, the micro trigger, and we have exactly nothing to do. Is this a mean reversion trade? Well, if you were trading mean reversion only, and you got long somehow or another because you had a, inspiration that we were going to close the gap, you were real happy about that. If you decided that we weren't going to get another tick past the gap and you got short mean reversion outside in, you wouldn't have had far to go because this was the mean, right? You would have only had 7 handles, which is better than a sharp stick in the eye, but looks a little better when you're down here. And now off the bottom, IB low, coming back up. Is that a mean reversion? These are all the techniques used by rear view mirror internet people. This, I knew this was going to be because it pulled up here and I didn't get any more traction and we had so many stops out or whatever the hell they say. And I knew it was going down. I didn't know that. This is the hard right edge and this is where I'm trading. Tell me what you knew right there. Tell me what you knew right there on the hard right edge. Go long or short. We just barely closed the gap. Got over the IB, traveling up to the gap, pulled back. Looks like we got a little up. I can't do this, tick at a time, I don't think. I didn't know that. I don't think, and if you did, good for you. And if you didn't, and it was just lucky, remember that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. Whether you want to believe that or not, this is a binary event here. It's like flipping a coin. And none of this matters or makes any difference or has any effect on the outcome of this next trade. Those are statistical facts. Whether you like them or not is a different story, but that doesn't change the fact that they are facts, That's why the most successful fellas and traders identify a setup that seems to repeat, capture, define the parameters, validate an entry, and then do their homework. And identify the statistics and the probabilities of it. Simple as that, really. I mean, it's as simple as it sounds. That doesn't mean it's easy or not a lot of work. But the theory is simple. Straightforward, common sense, huh? Common sense. The reason that I vetted the IB trades is because one is a mean reversion, right? IB failure. And the other is a IB continuation trade. So one favors a rotational day and one is applicable to a trending or directional day. But you still have to have the triggers and the criteria has to be met. And this, this looks directional if you're looking at the profile over here, but in reality, what have we done? We're pretty much mean reversion, right? I mean, it's pretty well bent. I'm not sure about volume though. Let's see. This might be easier to see it. There's the day so far. Now, a trade at this time, off the low, because it's a little hard to believe we're going to go all the way across the range again. I will take the trade if I get the signals, because that's my plan. That's my part of my trade plan. But emotionally, I'll be going, man, I don't know. That will be taking a continuation trade off the bottom at, the last hour of the day. How probable does that sound? And while I've been standing here thinking about this, one of the things I'm going to do with regard to my back testing is I'm going to think about how to introduce or to capture anyway the timing, the day, time of day, not hour. I used to do hours and all that, but I like RTH 1, 2, and 3. I think that's a good grouping. In other words, of a IB continuation trade that's profitable, blah, blah, blah. What percentage is profitable in RTH 1 and RTH 2 and RTH 3, I think that would be meaningful data. Because personally, I like to do the trade in the morning and take a nap, go to bed, and go for a walk, whatever it is. I continue to stream here, but you know what I mean. I don't like to be thinking about getting that first trade of the day at 132. I guess I have a prejudice against it in a way that I always sort of figured that the people that do that are generally the people that are trying to get out of a hole. And maybe that's just a complete misconception on my part. After all, they call it the power hour, right? I don't see any power heading my way on the damn thing, but you never know. Prefer to call it the boring hour, perhaps more. Dick Cheney died. Well, I'll be damned. I actually knew him. I used to play poker with Dick Cheney once a week in Casper, Wyoming in the early 70s. There's a useless factoid for you. He was just getting started at Halliburton in those days, and then I guess the rest is pretty much history, yeah? Pretty much history. I'm sorry for Liz and his, I don't know, Mrs. Cheney. I forget her name. What we used to do was a bunch of couples of us would get together once a week or once every 2 weeks. Maybe it was once a month, I don't remember. And the guys would play poker and the wives would play bridge. And there was like, I don't know, 5 or 6 couples. There's a lot of water under the bridge. Boy, I haven't thought about those days in a long time. They had a house over on David in Casper, Wyoming. By golly. Well, are we going to get that 12-to-1 stat? Look at here, huh? Now, it's important to know that I have an end of day. I don't take any trade that uses discretion or differs from the rules of the backtest, which I'll go over here in a little bit, but just quickly, as part of that, as part of those is this is the trading system. This is the IB trading system that I built. So notice that these rules down here, there's an end of day. Sell, it's for long, and there's an end of day short exit. And I can set these by VPOC variables, but they're set for 14, about an hour and a half before 1600. So say 2:30, 14:30. I think, I don't remember. Yeah, hour and a half. And that means that if I were in a trade at say 2 and it has T1 been taken out, not T2, no stop, and it gets to this end of day rule, no matter what, it flattens everything out. So if I were to see a signal occur now at 1:30, I have to be mindful of the fact that one way or another, I would flatten that thing out at whenever the damn time is. Let's see just what the hell it is. I don't remember, to be honest with you. 90 minutes, okay. So at 90 minutes, session closed. That means at 2:30, this will fire and take and flatten out any long, and the other one will do, the other one, come on, this other one would do the shorts. Let's see if I haven't done something stupid, and they're both 90. Yeah, look at there. Love it when a plan comes together, isn't it? So there you go. So if I were to take a trade for whatever reason today that it's signaled 2:30, I would flatten out regardless, because I'm not going to take something that differs from the rules that I've backtested. It's a slippery slope, right? Well, I think I'll just, okay, I think maybe I won't bother about the close. I won't bother, but if it actually gets into the pullback zone, you can imagine where humans can take that. That's like being a little bit pregnant, It's just not right. It's either you are or you aren't. It's a rule or it's not. I'll never forget. I had the good fortune to live in a lot of different places in my life. One of which was Angola, sub-Saharan Africa. For most of the 90s, I was over there. And I had some really good friends and guys I worked with, Angolan guys. And it's kind of let me just say that that African people, especially the men, are not necessarily prone to monogamy and, faithfulness and things. And there's really, see nothing wrong with that. We were once having a discussion and I was trying to explain the concept of being faithful and monogamous to these friends of mine. And these were not, I'm not talking campesinos, guys that couldn't speak or understand or weren't educated and that stuff. Okay. So now, boomers. Okay, but what if you're, your family's here in Rwanda and you're in Malaj? Right? That's okay then, right? It's like, no, it's got nothing to do with if your geographic location. It's got to do with I'll never forget that conversation. And they were not being sarcastic, and I was certainly not either, nor talking down to them. We were all really good friends and just having a conversation about it. I'll never forget that. It was so funny. But that's reminded me of these rules in trading, They are rules, and that's that. That's why you don't overtrade. I don't overtrade. I take the rules, I take the signals, and that's that. If I don't have them, I'm not going to do it. Simple. Just like the computer. No different. Because if I don't eliminate discretion from this at this point of the live forward testing, how do you know you haven't tested anything? Because you're not comparing apples and apples. So that's that. That's why I'm so fond of the backtest engine in the system, is because it's, you mash go and that baby does it. That does exactly what you've coded up and not one other thing. And we're not going to get down here to the low now. If we get into the IB and we get a signal, I'll be hard pressed to know what to do, to be honest with you. Look at us go. Oh, I forgot to mention something else that you may have noticed. These are the pullback zones and the continuation zones from the trigger chart, which I've coded across here to bookmap just for my own, visual reference. It's like now I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the heat map and bookmap, and I can still see where I am with relationship to the IB and the pullback range and the continuation range. I don't have to stay glued to or fixated on the trigger chart the whole day. Granted, it's fun. You get the point. And this is something else that is important to realize at this time of day, and that I consider. The low of the day is the IB low. So if we were going to come down, take the trigger, get the A, maybe trade up for the continuation lower, that'd be trading a breakout, right? And I typically, back in my other self of trading, I considered breakout trades to be a FOMO error on my part, because typically that's what I was feeling. Oh, I'm going to take that. It's going to break up. I'm going to go. I realized very, very definitely that breakout trading and trend trading is a real... I guess trend trading is not actually breakout trading. I was going to make a statement that it's a valid entry type and a valid strategy. And made the turtles millions of dollars, but They were actually trend followers more than breakout. I think. I'm not really positive about that. Boy, there's an opportunity to have been given, eh? Wow. Imagine just an ad in the Wall Street Journal and one or two other papers around the country, way before internet and, social media and all that crap. Changed the lives of many people. The Parker guys. Sequoia Capital, I think. Or no. Got his own hedge fund, millions of dollars. Parker, I think of his name, seems like a pretty nice guy. Shares, podcasts and stuff. Seems pretty well organized. Something Capital. Chesapeake Capital, maybe that's it. Okay, here we go. Poke a thumbs up and subscribe if you've not already. That would be great. I'd appreciate it a lot. A little positive feedback here. Throw something in the chat. That's always good too. Now they're getting to the irritate me part. Well, we tagged that again, huh? And we still don't have an A signal for the reasons described early this morning. Yeah. Okay, let's wind this out a little bit and wind it up a little, and I'll wind it up, baby. Now, what we needed to have here, so this is a 32 or 3% probability that we take out both IB high and low, by the way, in a day. We can look here in a second, but in order for this to be an A signal, I needed to have the open above the IB and the close below it. This could do that. But this is not going to be a valid signal because the preceding bar needs to be an open higher than the close. So, you can loop back to my discussion early this morning with the IB at, 9:30 or ish. Do I change those rules? Well, I might. I'll test changing the rules by backtesting, by doing the backtest, but I will not be changing anything in the middle of the trading day. That's stupid. Oh, there we go. Now you know. Oh ho, now you know. 20 minutes or so, 15 to the top of the hour. Something like that. Oh no, last 14, 13. And if you want to be technical about it, there's another frickin' three bar reversal over here. Here's one. Now, don't let bias confirmation overtake me. But there's one. This isn't one. Not. There we go. There's one. Not much one. Here's one. Quite substantial. Sorry about that. Wrong screen. Oops. I am tired. What I was pointing out was these 3-bar reversals. Here's one. Another little one. Substantial there. Are we going to get a signal? We don't have a signal here because this close, we had the preceding bar was correct. Open higher than the low. Close. This close were down here, we'd have an A. Then we'd have a B. And then we need a trigger for the IB failure, or a trigger for the IB, a B down here, and the trigger for the IB continuation, which I, wouldn't give you 50 cents for either one of them at this point. My initial reaction would be that we would have more likely to have an IB continuation or an IB failure back towards the mean with the POC. That would just be my guess at this point. And don't forget, there's always that possibility of random risk, right? The random risk band that we don't have any idea about. Oh yeah, I was going to point that out. Now we do have a new, this is a statistic where we take both IB high and low. And it's right somewhere. 31.5% of the time where we opened lower out of range, we took that both IB high and IB low. Now, something I probably didn't point out, I am sure I mentioned in the pre-market that IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type. So in case you had any question about determining that, you would know, but only after the open. Doesn't do me any good putting our statistics in the pre-market. Another thing that's pretty handy, notice how this is blue, this other text remains gray or black. Any text that's highlighted blue that statistic has been accomplished in this RTH session. And there we have There we have the IB high and low. Oh, isn't it cute? Don't you love it how math works? Math is hard. I mean, it's just straightforward, straight up statistics. Okay, this could be cool. Now, if we were to trade through here and close below it, which we did not do, we would have had an A. Thank you so much, you useless goofballs, you. I mean, I just want to see one, just for fun. Like I said before, I want to trade. I'm keen to trade. I want to see if everything works. I'm set up for a 2-lot micro. That's less than 1% risk. I want to see if everything works so I can get on with this. It's funny, isn't it? It's like if you were a conspiracy theorist, you'd say, "Oh, they're doing this on purpose." It's like they're hunting my stops or whatever out. Ridiculous, but it's funny. Can be funny, honey. Let's wind it out. Let's wind it in there, baby. Let's get way in so we don't have any clue what we're doing. Look at that. Some people try this. They trade like that. What the hell? I don't know. Beats me. Where does the POC come from and go to? I don't think this means anything to me at all. And it's just whatever makes sense to you. Anything you do that makes you consistently profitable, abso-frickin-lutely don't stop doing it. And anybody tells you they've got the great secret sauce and you don't know, you can tell them for me where the hell to go. One thing that I would mention about if you decide you're going to do your own statistics and capture a data set of samples of your occurrences of your setup and things. And I've mentioned this before, but make sure that the sample set is large enough to be outside random distribution, hopefully. An extreme example could be you have the most successful setup in the world ever, created by man, woman, or whoever. But you only backtested and bad luck for you, but within the random distribution, you say you take 20 trades, you put on 20 trades for the back test, and let's say that you get 12 stops in a row. And you go, this thing is crap. I'm out of here, throw it in the garbage. If you would have back tested it over a large enough data set, you would have discovered that it was the most successful trading strategy in the world. There's an example, right? That's why it's really important to do that. And the other analogy that I use almost every day is flipping a coin. We all know that a coin flip is 50-50. But nobody is surprised if you flip a coin 10 times and you get more heads or tails than the other one. That's random distribution. Flip it 1,000 times, you're going to be pretty close to 50-50. Man, this thing is just irritating, isn't it? Look at them go. So we got up and down. They can't get it below this IB low. That seems to be that's as far as they're interested. Boy, we cleaned up a bunch of gap highs and gap lows and POCs though, didn't we? Look at there. Yeah, baby. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm. Come on, get the A out. Come on. Make me feel good. I'm sleepy. All right. Where the hell are we? Are we in the power hour? Pretty close, huh? 3.5 minutes and it's power hour time. Wonder if this... Sure it does, but I'm not going to mess with my mixers. I'm sure it's got a reverb thing or something. I'm stupid. Thing like that. Now, watch them hit the triggers and the targets on, or the signals on the closing swing trade after I'm shut down. I'm at the point now where I'm starting to go auto yawn. Normally I've gone out for my walk or something and showered and whatever else to kind of refresh. But I haven't been able to step away here. It just keeps teasing me, beckoning. Welcome to the stream, my virtual journal. Smack a thumbs up and a subscribe. Drop something in the chat. Every morning, every trading day morning at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, I do the pre-market and the numbers and set up all the statistics here and go through the whole shooting match, and then can stream the full day until 1500, the full cash session. The idea being complete transparency and accountability. This is a live funded account funded by me. And that's exactly why I'm testing this out after last week on micros. A 2-lot micro. The risk neutral system, the smallest package you can do is a 2-lot. That is the smallest amount of risk I can put on in that regard. Boy, I'll tell you. This thing's looking pretty busy, isn't it? With all this jumping and jiving and ducking and diving going on here. I don't even like that much. Let's see what we get here. Can we get it? There's 5 handles. Don't want to do that. There's a point high. This big run up of 50, 45 points. There, excuse me. And there we go. The power hour, baby. So, oh boy. Better get some of these off of here. Okay. All right, so let's look through at the back testing. I'm not overconfident that anything's going to happen. We had another VPOC migration here, again, lower, down to where we started before. Notice the flags. So even though you see why these flags were there, I used to have this at 5 minutes. Now I keep the full session in view with that blue line, and I don't have to be quite so OCD about these levels of these flags. But so let's talk about back testing, shall we? All of this stuff that you see here and that I've talked about ad nauseum all day is the trigger chart, which is just a single chart of my back test chart here. There's a couple of differences, but just in, stuff I can set up here or not. The levels around both the IB high and low, once again, they exactly represent the levels that are required in the trading system, but the rules, rule markers, signal markers, exactly represent the trigger or the signals. But in no way does this chart communicate with or work from the trading system. The trading system is this set of rules. Now, what's great about it is, well, there's a couple things you need to know. You have to code, because it uses no discretion. It's just completely the machine. You have to code both long and short, both for the IB high and the IB low, to get there's only two trades, one continuation, one failure around the IB high, one failure and one continuation around the IB low. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, right? 4 trades, 2 IBs, but you have to code each rule separately because it doesn't make any determination like that, like the multi-brackets does on Bookmap. And then you set up your back test. This is for 500 days. You can do it for 100 days, whatever. 50 days. Let's do 20 days. Let's see. Well, let's do 500. What the hell? 500 days. ES contract. Yes, I know this is a continuous contract. The Z5 didn't go back that far. I got it. Position size maximum long and short. I want to use this session only. And I want these reports. How long do you think it'd take you to go through every 1 minute bar for the last 500 trading days and evaluate each one of these rules over each 1 minute bar? Sounds kind of like a pain in the ass, doesn't it? Well, here it is. Takes 5 seconds. I would imagine it's pretty obvious to see the benefit. 715 trades, 370 long, 345 short. Took a draw maximum pullback of $2,337.50. There's all kinds of metrics around here, buy and hold and whatever else. Here's a little more different per trade kind of an idea. Come on. Now this value right here should only be $750, and I'll tell you why it's not. This is May 1st, 2024, and I don't know why. This is a IB failure short. Enters correctly, takes T1 correctly, and for some reason doesn't take T2, continues on to the end of day thing, which I told you. Now, wouldn't that be a lovely surprise if that happened to you on your live account? But that's not the right way to approach it. Okay, so it should be 750. The good part is the average winning trade is correct. I mean, essentially correct, because this is only one outlier over 700 trades. So what I've done here is, oh, I didn't do something I was supposed to do. Sorry, guys, but it only takes a second here. Okay. All right, let's get back here now. I'll show you why this is cool in a minute. 500 trades, so there's 500 days, 716 trades at 715. Oop. 252 wins. Average winner is 657.04. Let's just call it 657. 317 losses. I'm sorry, 217 losses. Dyslexia is a wonderful thing, isn't it? And an average loss of $300. Oh, I'm sorry, average loss of $296. Okay. So there's total trades, winners, losers, total winner, total losers, average winner, average loser, right? There you are. It's 246 scratch trades, a win rate of 52.45% or 53%, loss rate of 47, expectancy of $203, $204 per trade, profit factor of 1.16, and an RR risk reward ratio of 2.22 points. In other words, to 1. I risk 1 to make 2.22 points. Or 2.25 points, essentially. Guess I could have rounded those off to quarters. Might have made more sense. It's a package size of 2, so there is a total of 1,430 positions. I can expect 498 T1s for 3% or 35%. I can expect 252 T2 targets, 17%, and 680 stops for 47%. And that's you might notice the same over here, and these winners is the same as over here. Those are real statistics for a back test. There's your expectancy, or profit factor, R factor, win rate, which everybody on YouTube loves. That's how to do it. That's how I do it. And then what I can do now that we've been talking about all this stuff. Oh, another thing I forgot to point out. If you want to really dig into what you've got, you can go through each trade going back to December 5th, 2023 at 10:13 in the morning. The first trade that fired was an IBC long. We took a stop. The next trade was the IBF long. And there's the results of all the trades. How much was it a buy? Was it a sell? What was the quantity? What was the instrument? Price in, total, etc. That's the way I believe it's important to do a back test. Now, one of the things I talked about with account size and setting up your stops, originally on the package, we took maximum consecutive winners as 9. How pleasant. I'm not so sure about this one. Maximum consecutive losers is 7. This means you took 7 stops, full stops in a row, back to back. So you got 7 times 300. Can your account stand that? If you're a prop trader, is that your daily loss limit or whatever? You know, it doesn't say how many days this occurred in, but it was 7 consecutive losers in a row. So that's part and parcel of the things that you need to be aware of. Now I can change my parameters around and change my T1, my T2. I can add a, once we get to T1 or T2 or some other amount of points profitable, I can bring the stop up to break even and all that kind of stuff easily by setting up these VPOC variables here, which apply to all the rules. So that's the way I believe you should backtest, and it's the only way that makes sense to me to do this, to actually vet a trade and know that you have the statistics behind you to take the trade. Remember when I was talking about an example there, I remember we had 7 consecutive losers in a row in that backtest. Well, if you've had 5 stops in a row and you're going, Jesus, this is terrible, I'm getting away from this thing, but wait. You'd had a random distribution of 7 stops in a row on your backtest over on your data set of 700 and whatever, 16 or 15 or whatever it was trades, which occurred over 500 days. That is statistics as far as I know it. And this is a pain in the ass as far as I know it. What else did I have over here to share that I get all discombobulated about? Daily recap backtest. I thought I had another. Oh, well, I think I'll drop it in right here. And where are we? 13. Okay, let's go. Let's go with 14. So something that you would probably want to, I think, is important. Futures trading is a zero-sum game. That means that there is never, ever an imbalance of buyers and sellers. Think about futures. They are referred to as contracts. It's not shares. There's not a pool of them somewhere. They are a contract created between a buyer and a seller. That means that there is no way there's ever more sellers than buyers or more buyers than sellers. If anybody tells you that, then you can immediately understand that they don't know anything about futures or don't understand futures. The market goes up by aggressive buyers come across the inside market and lift the ass. The market goes down when aggressive sellers cross the inside market and hit the bid. And down it goes. But there is never an imbalance, more buyers than sellers or more sellers than buyers. That's just fundamentally wrong, and it's important to understand that. What else does that mean? Well, the old saying, the market goes up to go down and goes down to go up, right? All these people that were buying right here, all these buyers, what was happening? Somebody was on the other side of every one of those trades selling. So all the way up here, somebody is loaded with short inventory. And how are they going to make money? Right there. Taking out all these buyer stops, because a buy stop is what? That's a sell. And if this guy's selling, how's he going to take profit? He's going to go into buy stops. He's got all this negative inventory, these shorts, and he's going to clear them out by hitting these buy stops. It's a zero-sum game. The market goes up to go down and goes down to go up. Not to be a conspiracy theorist, but who do you suppose has enough money to hold this inventory, and then enough more horsepower to start the liquidation? I mean, seems pretty obvious to me. And look at us. Big cantaloupe down. What are we now? We are about a tweezle witch doji over here. That's ridiculous. Difference is the market profile, you see, and the volume profile. That's the difference of what these bars or candlesticks can do for you. Pretty much skewed perspective, I think. Here's the open. Here we are. What did we do today? We went exactly no place. 100% pure speculation. Absolutely no difference in the value of an S&P. They agreed that it was worth exactly where they opened it. So I'll do a recap here at the bottom of the hour at the when we turn the curve, and then we'll be chugling on into the market on close orders, which ironically bizarre, I thought was quite bizarre. We didn't have market on close and balance orders yesterday. First time I ever saw that. I've refreshed, Financial Juice a gazillion times and nothing. Oh man, this is so frustrating. 2 days in a row, no signal to trade. All dressed up, no place to go. What can I tell you? So here we are, and here's our triggers. This is the ranges. And there's the day. Oh, there you go. There's the day. There's yesterday, there's the gap down, there's the open. We got a couple signals out here with the IB high. Fluffed around all freaking day, took the IB low. Means we got a neutral day. And there we are. Right back on the open. Pretty close. There's the open. Here we are. And I'm so disappointed. I wanted to see how this whole system's going to work on this new live account with, I want to double check and back check. I want to make sure everything's correct. I would have been pretty disappointed if I'd have been trading live last Friday when IRT started suddenly, doing all kinds of silly stuff I didn't understand. And I don't want to be in that position. I want to have anticipated what's going on, or if not, understand. Now I think I have it figured out, and I'm going to do the smallest trade possible, which is a micro ES 2-lot risk neutral package. The risk neutral packages need to be in even numbers. All right, I'm going to go grab some water and I'll do the recap here at the bottom of the hour, and then we will await the imbalance orders. And remember, no trades are valid after the bottom of the hour. So I'm not stupid. I'm not going to put a trade on it, with 10 minutes to go, because the end of day rule is set for 90 minutes from the end of the session. And I'm not taking any trades that are not in alignment with the rules. They're not connected to the rules. It's not automatically trading, but you get the point, right? I hope. So there you go. It's water up time for me. Oops, so let's do this unmute the mic thing. That might be a big help. So let's do the recap here. It's a wonderful, exciting, magical trading day with no signals. Tongue in cheek, he said tongue in cheek. Here's our opening print. Mr. Blue Boy holding down the fort there. Close the gap to the tick. Boom. Well, right there to the tick. 12 contracts. Took out the IB high in the process. And then proceeded to do this kerfluffle all the way down here. And, you know, wind it up like this. Disappointing, but, you know, shit happened, what can I tell you? The Renko charts, pretty obvious. The gap, close the gap. And down we go. So in terms of gap rules, they were not accepted in the previous range, and they went the other way, skedaddled the other way, just as the gap rules suggest. This is the NASDAQ. Pretty much. Now, the NASDAQ came a long way from closing the gap. Uh, 60, 12, 75, and then we only got to 89 and 893. A couple 100 points. 100 points. So, this is my micro composite. And remember, these are the micros, the ES micro. This is the ES mini, and pretty much the same, you know, they're essentially the same story. A little bit, you know, this is 1550 for the RTH low yesterday. What is it over here? 1275, three handles different. There are differences, so you can't just use one level against the other, but there you are. So that is what we have there. Why did that change? I don't know why that changed. There we go. I should be seeing this little guy right here, and I'm not seeing any of that. Oh, there we are. Okay. So this is the micro composite, which is my high time frame chart. It's the RTH session only. These are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. And I do not consider today overlap. Nor was this. So that's, I mean, I do it real, you know, it's real basic. And I think that's, let's say I practice the KISS principle, right? Keep it simple, stupid. There you go. This is the market profile, which is another good way to look at how we did today. And we are we're going to wind her out here at 3-point ATR on the 1 minute bar. And we've gotten our volume up to 101% at this time of day. Oh, they're going to get about rack back to normal. Isn't that cute? The trigger chart, we've spent plenty of time watching that, I guess. You know how it works, I suppose. I've just gone through the back testing, so I won't go there. We're going to wind up, 112. We were at about 120 should be about the same because negative change. Percent, I should say. Let me recorrect that. And yeah. So basically, there's the open and there's the close. What else do you want to know? I'd say the market is moving back down into this range. They're not very happy with what's going on in the economy, and I think that's a very valid position to take. Tomorrow now, the news, as I've pointed out through the day, I use two sources for news. The first is investing.com. I like it for screen snaps, etc. Posting somewhere else. I like the layout. You can filter it for whatever you want. This week, now here we are. Yesterday, today, Wednesday, S&P's PMI, S&P ISM non-manufacturing. So this is some sort of numbers we'll get. And JOLTS job openings we will not get because that's a government number. And we didn't get JOLTS today. We were supposed to have it. Whether they're going to give it out tomorrow or not, I don't know. Bunch of children. They should take it. Anyway. And Thursday, there we go. I would suggest that we're not going to get these jobs numbers. We're not going to have the non-farm payroll on Friday, which we should, the first Friday of every month. At 7:30 in the morning, we should have non-farm payroll. We didn't last month, and we're not going to this month. We will get the Michigan number. Remember now that we're in earnings season. AMD's reporting, some of the drug guys. McDonald's, there's a big one we all worry about. ARM. It's kind of winding down a little bit. Well, no, I take that back. Look at Thursday, for crying out loud. Oh, drugs. ConocoPhillips, Parker Hannifin. Yeah, earnings season still the big play. Next, then, we have Financial Juice, which is the other news source. Again, it's free, but as they remind you every time you turn around, you can pay for it over here, and that'd make them pretty happy. Let's see, have they taken JOLTS out of this one? Oh, 9 o'clock, the Supreme Court tariff hearing starts, it says here. That ought to be a big one. That ought to be a big one. Today's the election, by the way. New York and places. And this is their version of the calendar, which I don't like very well, as I pointed out. This is free also, and you can filter it however you want. But over here is more of a squawk box idea, and this is where we're going to get to market on close orders. Market on close imbalance at 1450. Tomorrow morning at 0800 Central Standard Time, as every trading day, the stream goes live. I do a pre-market, a setup, book map, IRT, look back at the overnight, estimate what we're going to get for an opening trade, and today worked out exactly as I had suspected, which is not that I'm any kind of a soothsayer or a fortune teller, but it's common sense. But it is nice when that happens. It's my virtual journal. Remember that. And remember that you're the most critical component you have in your trading office. So it's really important for you to take good care of your health. Be in shape, be hydrated, sleep well rested. Don't be on emotional tilt. All of those things are more important than any of the crap you do with your software or your charts or your monitors or any of that stuff. So that's real important to remember. All right, let's see what these jokers do with the market on close orders in about 9 minutes. And then we'll take it into the close. And I wonder if be interesting to see if we get a closing swing trade and what they're going to do with it. Huh? Second day in a row with no trades on the trigger in my embedded system. Yeah, I'm tired. It's boring. This trading is not an adrenaline sport. You need to come to grip with that. Come to peace with that one. Absolutely. 3 minutes to the market on close imbalance. And they're doing something over here. Look at this. And I will say, I'm not really sure. The market on close imbalance used to have a lot of impact. Liquidity would jam in on either side of the order and it would fly maybe 5, 10 or more points. Anymore, it's not so much. I've never watched it on the trigger. I don't know. Maybe that would be interesting. So this is the trigger chart. I don't know whether we're going to get any kind of action out of the market on close orders or not. Let's see. The hell with that. Let's see what the snooze has to say. If we get it today, I don't know. We got the on open imbalance, but I think I had not ever noticed a day go by where we did not get that. I assume it was just a lack of data glitch or something between wherever the hell they get the feed. I suppose CME. Oh no, market on close is probably NYSE. I don't know. Oh, look at them go. Now, if you guys go down there and take that out, I'm going to be really irritated. 5 seconds, 1 second, boom. There we go. What the hell's going on here? There we go. There we go. There we go. And remember, there's another hour of this left, so they can do lots of stuff. They'll be doing it without me, and I recommend without you. But again, it's if you have got something, if you have done the homework and have a vetted setup that you can trade at 14.50 every day, that is statistically significant expectancy, profitable, Good for you. Do it. Wouldn't that be a pleasure? Trade, like it's almost like the internet gurus, I one trade a day at 10:35 and I make $9,000 a minute, or whatever the hell it is they say, whatever stupidness they wander on about, like what's that fair value gap guy? He's always got something. And they can't trade their way out of a wet sack. Most of them. He can't. What is his name? The fair value guy, ICT or something like that? He has dismally failed the trading challenge every time. I don't know how many in a row. Gone broke, washed out, apparently. I mean, I don't know. Robin's trading thing, whatever that is. Same way with that Matt, It's one thing to be an internet guru and make your money doing that, but don't try to convince people. I think it's very low life to try to take money from people who may be desperate and may be looking to trading for some sort of a last hope, and you are just a slime ball that can't do it yourself. If you're a good trader and you're telling people how you do it, and there is a potential edge there, that's one thing. But if you're a douchebag that can't trade your way out of a wet sack, but you can do all kind of razzle dazzle, I don't have any use for that. So there we go. We didn't get down to the IB, so I don't have to be mad yet. We have another 3-bar reversal. Look over here. Oh yeah, you're over here. All right, got another 3-bar reversal here, boys and girls. I might have to look at that and figure out to code that for a statistic. There would be so many associated or qualifying parameters around it. These are the kinds of things that satisfy the human monkey mind confirmation bias. So look, you see this one that worked or this one that worked, and all the hundreds of them that are in the chart somewhere that didn't. That's, it's like the what do you call it, Fibonacci numbers or all that other stuff. What works is statistics and probabilities. If you identify something that has an edge, and if you think Fibonacci is great, good, wonderful, works, whatever, then do it right. Do it right. Identify exactly the parameters and see if it has an expectancy or not, or if it's just confirmation bias, or whatever that guy's name is, that ITC guy. If there's fair value gaps or whatever he calls a million things he's got going on there, if you think one of them works, figure out how to code it specifically, non-discretionary rules, and see if there is a code. You can't change the order, you can't change the entry, you can't change the stops, you can't change the targets. Otherwise, it's not in the same data set. They're not statistically significant. And do it over a large enough data set to prove whether it works or not. Hey, and if it works for you, great, let me know, Like, I'm not discounting anything. What I'm saying is to take something on someone's word, especially an internet guru person, just their word over the YouTube, you're laying yourself open for disaster, me included. You can see, you've seen my back testing. I'm happy to share these charts if you use IRT. No problem. I'll give you the chart definition. No problem. I don't think that if I tell you exactly how I trade, which I do completely, that could in any way impact or reduce the edge. There's millions of traders. You know, how many people are in the stream? How many people would be affected by that? You know, 100 or something? I don't know. Well, we're going to get that damned IB again. If they get a signal down here, I'm throwing my mouse out the window. I'm shooting the TV. Oh, man, I'm sleepy. 14:57, boys and girls. I'll let the stream wander on here a few minutes past, and we'll see if we get a closing swing trade. Those are always kind of fun to watch. I don't think so, because typically that's a squeeze. And I don't think, there's much juice left in the bottle to squeeze out, but maybe. Open, range, BS. And a minute to go, minute and change. Ooh, I'm happy. I'm gonna get some other stuff done. I've been standing here 9 hours. I mean, that's pretty good for an old guy. One minute. Remember, there's some news out in the morning. There's earnings out after the bell. Do something for your health. Get away from the screens. Give those short focus eye muscles a break. Let them relax. Look down the street. Get some natural light. A little soft UV is good for your eyes, whether you believe it or not. Long focus. Focus off in the distance. That's all good for you. And you are the most critical thing you've got in your toolbox. And we're going to close this bad boy off in a walloping 10 seconds here. I've actually got bells and clapping and all kinds of crap to do over here on my keyboard. I never forget. On my my mixer, I got a DLZ Creator Mackie mixer. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 channel. There we go. Yay! Is everybody happy? There we go. All right. And whether they're going to run it up for the swing trade or not, who the hell knows? Okay, so doesn't look like anything's going to happen. 8 o'clock in the morning, be there, be square, every trading day. Pre-market, reports, set up book map and IRT, explanation, put in all the statistics associated with the price levels based on the session prices, based on the open time. Analyze what we think is going to happen with the trade first thing in the morning, and then trade them all day long. until right now, 1500. Have a great night. Get some, hope it's good wherever you are and you can get some, doesn't make any sense. One computer says, my trade machine says it's 25C. This top computer says it's 52F. Well, I happen to know that 25C is a hell of a lot warmer than 52 Fahrenheit, so beats the hell out of me. And now my third one around the corner over there says 77 Fahrenheit, which is a lot more accurate than that top thing. That is 25C. So anyway, have yourself a great evening. Get all rested up, hydrated, exercise, take care of your health, and be back in the morning with bells on. Let's make some money the professional, business-like way.